How we doing? Got 25 people. That means it might be story time. We'll wait for people to gather. Oh, YouTube, hurry up and let me do my sound check. Hey. Hey. Hurry up. Jesus Christ. I don't know if that counts as a swear, but it shouldn't. Not my fault. Oh, YouTube, hurry up and let me... Alright, you can hear me. What up? So here's the thing. We only have 22 people watching. That's not nearly enough, which means I get to talk about my life as we wait for people to gather. How's it going, friends? How's it going? It's been tough. So you know that community post I made? Do us all a favor, go bury yourself under the sand. Oh, that's sad. You know that community post where I said you might not get a video? You still might not get a video, but I managed to get one out today. And I got a comment on there that made me sad, where someone was like, that sounds like everyday stuff. Dude, alright. So, real quick, alright. So it starts with Grace and I got married, right? And then I put a lot of YouTube things on hold to get married because priorities, which is fine. So we get married, and then it's like, all right, post-marriage, you put off a bunch of stuff. It's time to get back to work on those things. And one of the things that came up was like we asked for a king-size bed for a wedding present, and some of our family got together and got that. So in the mail, we get this bed frame for the king-size bed. We open it up, and two of the support beams are like completely cracked. Like, you know, you can like move them and like splinter them, right? So they can't hold up the bed at all. And you're like, wow, this is fucked. So we have to call the company and be like, hey, can you send us another one or whatever, and go through all that. And it's like, okay, not a great start, but it's just a normal thing. It's just a normal thing that happens. And then we get a toaster. And, well, actually, no, the toaster was more complicated because someone ordered us a toaster a month ago and it still hadn't arrived. So we contacted the company that was supposedly sending it. We're like, hey, where's this thing? You've said shipping for over a month. And they go, oh yeah, we don't even make that toaster anymore. It's not coming. And we're like, well then cancel it, you fucking idiot. So we get them to cancel it, and then we take the money and we go out and buy a toaster. So we have this toaster in a box. Great. It's just a toaster. It's not supposed to be a big fucking deal. And then in the mail, what do we get? The toaster we ordered. And we're like, well, we bought a lesser toaster than the one we wanted. The one we wanted arrived, so let's take the toaster we have back. So we take the toaster we didn't open back and get it back for store credit or whatever. Go home, open the toaster we wanted, plug it in, try and push it down. The lever doesn't stay down, but if you hold it down, it shoots a bunch of sparks out the top. So that's great. And we're like, oh, okay, so the toaster we wanted is actually broken. So we just returned a toaster that probably works for a toaster that's broken. The toaster that's broken isn't even made anymore. So you can't actually get another one. And we can't return it to the company because they don't even know that we have it because they already returned our money. So like we have to go get a toaster for the third time in a day and a half. That's fine. And the bed frame's broken. That's fine. All right, I'm going to go to work. And then Grace goes, hey, I can't go to work. I'm like, what do you mean you can't go to work? And she's like, you know how my car's in our garage and garages have garage doors? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, well, when I hit the button, it goes up like 2 inches, stops, beeps at me, and goes back down. And I'm like, all right, that's great. So my wife can't go to work because her car is stuck at the garage. So we just hit the garage door like a bunch of times, and it keeps going up by inch. And then when it gets high enough that her car can get out, we just prop it open, get her car out, and let it come back down. We're like, all right, so we don't have a garage anymore, but you can go to work. And then I go to work. And when I get to work, I'm like, all right, guys, I know our machine has been down a lot, but it's back up, and I'm trying to get it running now, and every other test is a fucking disaster, but my test is fine. I know I said fucking, it doesn't count yet. It doesn't count yet. So I know every test besides mine is a disaster, but my test is going pretty good. And then someone comes up to me and they go, hey, how's it going? And I go, I'm good. And I'm scrolling through data. And then they go, huh, that data looks weird. I'm like, what do you mean it looks weird? Because I haven't worked there for very long. I've worked there for 3 months. And they go, huh, well, the x-intercept doesn't go through 0. Doesn't matter. Don't ask about it. The x-intercept doesn't go through 0. Well, that's a problem. So all of our data since before you were hired is wrong. So we have to redo all of that. So at work, we have to do all of the work I have done in the last 3 months again while still doing my current job. So we got to go back and do all that stuff. I'm like, all right, so work's a bit of a disaster. That's fine. And then when I get home, I go to feed the cat, and looking at me out of the cat's food bowl is a mouse. And I go, Not great. And then I go in the garage, and Grace has this tub of birdseed that has a lid on it. The lid is chewed straight through, and there is birdseed all over our empty garage. And I'm like, great. So we have mice. And our lease, because we're renting, says we have to deal with that. So now we have to deal with mice. We have a garage door that won't open. We have mice that are stealing my cat's food. Stealing my cat's food! Which, by the way, hey, cat! You want to do anything about that? He's like, no, that's my friend. Fuck that! That's not your friend. He's stealing your food. Do a cat thing. Get the mouse, please. Whatever. So we have to deal with that. So we go and get traps with mice. It's fine. It's fine. Garage door won't open. We have a bed frame that can't hold up anything, so we have an entire room. Because we disassembled our other bed to make room for the bed we were going to assemble, but then we learned it's broken. So our bed's just on the floor. We have 2 different rooms with disassembled bed frames because we're waiting for the actual bed frame to get here so we can set it up. So we're sleeping at night on the fucking floor. There's mice all over the place. Our garage you can't get into. We have a toaster that could set fire to the house if we felt like it. If we just felt like burning it all down, the toaster could do that, right? And my job is going to heck. So that's all happening. And then our management company hasn't been answering us for a while, so we're trying to message them about the garage door, and the door in the garage, not the garage door that lets the car out, the door in the garage that lets human in and out of the garage, the handle of the door handle falls off. Now you might be like, hey, stupid, the whole door handle, the round thing, and then the lever on it, it's connected by a couple screws. You just take those screws in and out. That's how you reconnect it. No, the lever fell off. Just the lever. There's a teeny tiny part inside the door knob itself that is missing. We took it all apart. We had to look up online the specific model, and we were looking for all the parts, and we were like, oh, the part's just missing. We don't know if it's always been missing or if it fell out at some point. So we had to contact our management company and like, hey, your door fucking handle fell off. You need to come deal with it. And they go, okay. And they go, what day of the week works for you? And I go, Wednesday and Friday. Wednesday, I'm home. See, I'm here, home. Friday, Grace is home. We can be home either of those days, but our dog doesn't really like people coming into the house unannounced. And all that stuff. And they go, okay, we'll come Monday. And we go, hey, not Monday. And they go, we'll come Monday. And I say, hey, not Monday. And then they show up Monday, and they're like, hey, why are you home to let us in? And I'm like, we said not Monday on the thing. We did Wednesday and Friday. You know what it isn't? It's not Wednesday or Friday. It's Monday. You shouldn't be here. And they're like, well, you really shouldn't leave your dog out. I'm like, the dog wasn't out. The dog's in the house. You know whose house it is? The dog's house. You know where you're not supposed to be? Here. And then while I'm on the phone with the guy, he says, I see in the message it says Wednesday or Friday. Okay, so we should come back Wednesday or Friday. I'm like, yeah, you probably should come back on the day that we scheduled you to be here, not just showing up at random time. Why would you ask me when we're supposed to be here if you don't even pay attention to that? So then on the phone, he's like, so next time when I come back, just so I know, so I don't have to come back a third time, what's wrong with the house? And I'm like, look at the report. Why are you here? The door lever falls off. He's like, got it. Yeah, I don't have the part for that. And I'm like, you came on the wrong day without the part to fix this thing. What's the deal, my guy? What's happening? So then, because we got married, I asked Grace, like, hey, you want to be in my insurance? Because we have state health insurance. Because we're at the state of Minnesota. It's a lot cheaper than her insurance at a private company. She says, yes, I get all that paperwork going. We have a set amount of time to do it. And then in the mail loses the insurance cards. But the mail does deliver plenty of spam shit. I know I'm swearing. This part doesn't count. So the mail delivers all of our spam stuff, but they lose Grace's insurance cards. And then my work is like, you have 4 days left to get Grace on your insurance. And I'm like, can you hand deliver me these forms to my office? I will take them home. We'll fill them out tonight. And they go, no. So now we're trying to run down the post office to be like, where are these things? How did you lose the only important things? But all of the spam keeps coming. Every day we get 3 or 4 things of spam, but not her fucking insurance forms, so we can get her on before the time to get her on my insurance closes. So that's been stressful. And then our dog starts having a fucking allergic reaction that she has sometimes. So our vet sends some medication. The mail loses the medication too. We still get spam all the time, but the mail lost her medication. So her medication and my wife's insurance forms are both lost in the mail. Both are time sensitive. 1, because Grace is running out of time to sign up for my insurance, and 2, Hazel's running out of time to be breathing on this earth before her allergies seize up her fucking throat. So we're like, hey, mail service, why are you losing the only things that matter? Lose some of the spam once in a while and get my dog her fucking medicine and get my wife her insurance forms, please. Please do that. So eventually at work I get those personally, and I just fill them out on my own at work by getting all of Grace's information over the phone. That's fine. The mail never delivered those. As for Hazel's medication, we called the vet. We were like, the mail lost him. And they go, we'll send him again. I'm like, through the mail? And they go, yeah. And I go, no! You hold on to them. I'll come get them personally. Get the fucking pills. Give them to the dog. She can breathe now. Great. Okay. The problems are over, right? Right, the problems are over? I don't think so. Wasn't there one more thing? I feel like there was one more thing. Hazel, what was the other thing? Oh, yeah! You attacked somebody! why would you do that? So my dog's like, I can breathe now. And I go, great. And we have a tie out in the front lawn so she can go outside and go to the bathroom. And I open the door and I grab the tie out and I try to attach it to her neck and she runs off. And I go, what are you running off at? And she said, that dog fucked with me. And I go, what dog fucked with you? And she's like, that one there, the one sitting, doing nothing with her owner. And her owner's a nice guy and I like him. And I wave at him. I go, hey, Dave, I'm sorry my dog is absolutely fucking your dog up right now. And he's like, it's all good, brother. So Dave kicks my dog in the face because of course he did, because she deserved it. And then he's like, I'm so sorry for kicking your dog in the face. And I'm like, I'm sorry, she deserved it. She was fucking your dog up. So he's like, you gotta get that checked out. Like, if we weren't bros, I would definitely report that. And I'm like, yep, she apparently needs to go to training because she picked your dog to attack for no reason. You meet so many dogs and you don't attack them and you just run off and attack one dog. So now we have to get you super expensive lessons and we don't have time to give you lessons, but you can't be attacking dogs. Why are you attacking dogs and why now? Why couldn't you pick a random day where there's nothing going on to attack another dog? Why? So all this that I just mentioned happened in 3 days! It's been 3 days! All that happened in 3 days! So I haven't had time to make a lot of videos. Whew! Alright. What up, dudes? Whew! So that was meant to be funny and a little bit entertaining, but also buy us time for people to gather. So what up? People have gathered. We have 42 people now. I suppose it's time to cover some Warhammer. Reynold dropped his ass on your dice. Yeah. Sounds like a skill issue? It is a skill issue. Alright. So now I'm going to get serious. Time for some Warhammer. As for that community post that is up in the top right of your screen, I am serious. I need to stop swearing. Not forever. Don't worry. Not forever. But I need to be able to turn it on and off. So we go on CA's stream on July 20th. July 20th. July 20th. Mark your calendars. My voice cracked for no reason. We'll be on Total War Official, streaming the finals of this tournament we are about to be talking about. I need to not swear. That is a very important thing. I need to not swear. So I'm going to be actively trying while we're casting games today. If something hype and cool happens, I need to not just pop off and say, he fucking deletes him. I need to say, he deletes him or he heckin' deletes him or something. I need to find a different word. And I'm going to be trying on that. But remember to call me out in the middle of a stream if you hear shit, fuck, bitch, ass, dark elf titties. If you hear any of that, go, hey, stop it. Because I need to be able to turn it on and off. Right? Right. Finals are on the 20th, yes. When is the stream? August 2nd? No! No! Okie dokie. Our screen blocker for the day will be this lovely Photoshop. Boop! As we'll be filling in the names. So we are in stage 2. This tournament went from 127 people signed up. After stage 1, we got down to, I think, like 56? 53? 54? Somewhere in there. Somewhere in the mid-50s. We have to go from the mid-50s down to 8. We have our 8. I know who the 8 are. They've already been shuffled, and some of those top 8 games have already started because some of the players can't be there. Saturday and Sunday we'll be streaming the top 8 with Tactical Itch and Tequila Sunset, and the top 4 will be on CA's channel on July 20th. So let's get into it. We are just going to do some random highlights of here are who the top 8 players are, here are their play styles, and who you should be excited to watch. Sound good? We will start off with one that has already been spoiled. If you watched Tactical Itch's wonderful tournament, you should know that one of these 2 players is in our top 8. Because Tactical Itch held a tournament for me where he was determining our 8th and final seed. So it'll be Sipa or Leopard to be our first contestant in top 8. Alright, let me fix the Let me fix the thingies at the top here. I'm using my no sound clicky mouse, so it's less annoying for people and improves stream quality when you don't hear clicking constantly. But also, it's slower than I'm used to, so I keep misclicking. Leopard! If I remember correctly, Leopard is an Italian high elf main. And Sipa is somewhere in the EU. Maybe Switzerland, maybe Germany. Somewhere in Central EU. Mostly a dark elf main. Plays Vampire Coast as well. Good stuff. Sipa, last known for being on this stream in Triple Changebringer, destroying my ass. And then I dodged him after one game where I was like, no, fuck this. I'm out. Ah, there's one. Caught it. That's a mess up. Can't do that. I acknowledge it. This was round 2 of your second stage. Yeah, see, I just grabbed some series that looked like they'd be good. And I'm just showing off the top 8 players. Anyway, for game 1, Sipa brought Flock of Doom and Enfeebling Foe on Malagor Dark Omen with the Beastmen. We have some Centaurs with throwing axes, Double Gorgon Jabberscythe, and then a bunch of Ungor herds, some Pestigor herds as well, and a Centaur of Tzeentch. Double Gorgon Jabber is very powerful. There are certain things that can beat it up pretty badly, like if you have good blob punishment spells like Traitorkin or Final Transmutation or something like that, or if you have a lot of cheap ranged or skirmish cavalry. But taking them against Leopards Bretonnia, I can see why you'd want to do that. The only things that can really take them down are Grail Knights, which they're also... It's mutually assured destruction. Grail Knights are good against the Gorgons, but the Gorgons are good against the Grail Knights, so it kind of works both ways. For the Bretonians, we have some Pegasus Knights, Knights Errant, Knights of the Realm, Royal Hippogriff Knights, Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis, no Grail Knights, so going for more mass Knights instead of hyper-elite small amounts of Knights. We have some Peasants with Pox Arrows for a bit of poison, then the Fey Enchantress with her Regrowth and Earthblood. Currently, the Beastmen are slamming through the Peasant front line, not hard for them at all, causing a ton of terror and whipping through these guys. Another Spearman-at-Arms is about to run away. There are no Grail Reliques as far as I can see. Oh, there's one. There's one way up there, but it's not over here to help these guys. But the Grail Relique will provide ITP and some extra leadership for those peasants, so they won't be routing nearly as fast as the Double Gorgon and Jabber are just ripping through these guys. Pegasus Knights tried to land on Centaurs of Tzeentch, but they barely did any damage to the barriers before having to run away because they were losing that fight quite badly. And yeah, Beastmen are doing pretty good. Some of their front line is getting churned out as Knights of the Realm and Knights Errant are taking turns cycle charging through them. Pestigor is taking a lot of damage over here, for example. But the big things the Beastmen care about, their Centaurs and their Double Gorgon Jabberscythe are all doing fine, so they don't care as much. Though I will say also a lot of the Beastmen damage has been mostly onto Peasants. There hasn't been a ton of big damage onto the Knights just yet, though that could change. In the distance, we see Knights of the Realm and Pegasus Knights diving in onto the Centaurs of Tzeentch yet again, and trying to catch the Centaurs with throwing axes, but again, wherever that Double Gorgon and Jabber go, these guys want to back off. So pretty good play from Leopard here not to overcommit too close to them or anything like that. And Bretonnia doesn't care too much about going low in the early game. They just want to, like, grind the game out and spam healing in the late game and just, like, attrition you down as Knights of the Realm get a bit of an Earthblood. So early damage doesn't matter to them as much, whereas the Beastmen have very little healing. Both their Gorgons can heal, but, like, none of these Ungor herds are coming back. And they're quickly running out of chaff infantry. Knights Errant take a devastating charge into the Gorgons. They just get ripped up, and they need to run away as Peasant Archers are trying to get a little bit of poke in here and there. The Royal Hippogriff Knights, I don't know exactly what they're going after. It looks like they're trying to land on these Centaurs over here, and they do land on them. Ooh, really big impact damage on Centaurs of Tzeentch. And look at all of the flying cav coming in, trying to surround these guys and take them out as the Double Gorgon Jabber, once again, as soon as these elite knights finally commit, these guys start to come over, but they're going to get harassed in the back by the Knights Errant and the Archers shooting them all the way over. Another overcasted Earthblood trying to heal up the Flying Knights and keep them alive. The Centaurs of Tzeentch took overall a pretty bad trade there. Balance power is about 50-50. And that's that. Knights Errant on the ground taking a lot of damage, trying to get away from the Double Gorgon Jabber. The Bretonians are getting good damage out onto the Centaurs with throwing axes. One of them's down to half HP already. And the Centaurs of Tzeentch, I didn't keep track of where they ran off to. There they are. They're over there harassing some Peasant Archers. Which is probably the best they can do at this moment as the Fey Enchantress tries to intercept them. She is going to drain them down a little bit. She's a pretty meh combatant, but that constant mists Drain. While it's much weaker in Warhammer 3 than it was in Warhammer 2, thank God, still gonna do some decent damage and maybe get these guys out of here since they're already so low. Beastmen still maintaining that very slight edge on the balance of power they've had literally all game long. But their only chaff infantry left is this half-health Pestigore that's currently fighting a Knights Errant. After that, you'll just have your double Gorgon Jabber fighting on enemy infantry and enemy spears and stuff. Getting Cycle Charge, which could get a little concerning. Though again, without Grail Knights, it's not like you have an abundance of damage that's going to be coming out of these cavalry units. Hippogriff Knights can do okay versus Gorgons, but not amazing. Whereas Grail Knights mutually assured destruction, Hippogriff Knights will just trade down, unfortunately for them. Alberic is 100% needed too. I really have not been a fan of the Fey Enchantress. Since the Combat Lords of Bretonnia got their buffs, it feels like they're just so good, I can't imagine not taking them. Speaking of the Fey, she gets caught out by these Centaurs throwing axes, and now she's going to be surrounded next to the double Gorgon. She is on her Unicorn, which makes her a large target, easy for the Gorgons to hit her. Her melee defense isn't that high. Her armor definitely isn't very high. And the Bretonians are going to jump in and try and save her. She casts a regrowth on herself, and all these knights come in to sandwich in the Gorgons and buy the Fey a little bit of time. So far, she's just terror routing. She hasn't naturally routed yet, which means the player will get control of her in just a second. But as soon as that white flag appears, she is doomed, because then Malagor can break out and just follow her off the map. The white flag has appeared, and I have to think she is probably doomed. Now, the Centaurs with throwing axes also got sacrificed for this. A worthwhile trade for the Beastmen, for sure. Taking out the Fey in trade for one Centaur with throwing axes is pretty good. But Malagor's up in the sky. He is much faster than the Hippogriff Knight, so he should be able to stay safe and just follow the Fey Enchantress off the battlefield, which it's right there, so she's gone. Alright. Bretonian leadership is gone, their healing is gone, which is most of their advantages. The Jabberslythe has no healing whatsoever. He's down to half HP. The Gorgons, I have no clue how much damage they've truly taken, because they are going to slowly heal it all up. We'll start to care when they get their healing caps. It is looking pretty dire, though. One of the archers is so low that Malagor probably throws a Flock of Doom on them and then just chases them off. So you have one archer that's running out of ammo. You have a Hippogriff Knight and a Pegasus Knight to try and kill double Gorgon Jabber. That's not going to be enough. Hippos are getting some decent damage down, but they take a ton in return. And then that is when Leopard surrenders. He realizes the writing's on the wall. Game 1 goes to Sipa. His chaff didn't do very much, as they usually don't in this matchup. Double Gorgon Jabber honestly didn't get that much value either. It was a very low value game for the Beastmen. For Bretonia, their infantry was negligible. Archers got really good value. Knights Errant did not. Knights in the Realm didn't do much either. And none of the elite knights did very much. It was a super low value game for both sides, to be honest. Because both sides' infantry died. And then that was the end of it. Knights were just cycle charging and stuff. Double Gorgon Jabber was just eating arrows and walking around. Alright. Back to the Photoshop with you. Bum. Game 2 is up. Leopard betting on the Wood Elves, recently buffed to try and stay in it. Sipa taking his beloved Dark Elves with, it looks like a double Sorceress, and then Doomfire Warlocks. Curious. Doomfire Warlocks, I could see it in this matchup because Wood Elves rely so heavily on physical resistance. Looks like we're off to the races pretty early here as the Dryads and Treekin of the Wood Elves are in the vanguard, running up into Dark Shards. And we have Great Stag Knights, Glade Riders, Wild Riders, and the Wild Hunters of Kurnos recently getting buffed like the Fireborn. Oof, that's going to be brutal. slow motion real quick. We also have a Spellweaver of Life with just Earthblood. For the Dark Elves, we do have a Sorceress of Shadows with Melkoths, and she is on her horseback. Doomfire Warlocks and Dark Riders everywhere. Not going for the slow, armor-piercing, anti-large Cold One Knights. Instead, going for the much swifter, magic damage Doomfire Warlocks. With their lesser Doom Bolts and then Soul Blight, they're going to do pretty well here, it looks like. We also have some Dark Shards with shields for a bit of AP pressure. And then a front line of Bleak Swords. And we do have a second Deathcaster with just Spirit Leech. So we have Spirit Leech and Melkoths as the only 2 spells. Cool. Now this side engagement is going pretty terribly for the Wood Elves, but whoa, that's going to be gorgeous. A very nice rear charge from the Wild Hunters of Kurnos. Should take out these Dark Riders and Doomfire Warlocks. Still overall a positive trade for the Dark Elves. That Doom Bolt did so much damage! Anyway, see how I didn't swear there? That's nice. Really good sandwich, but the Wood Elves are still losing out on the trade overall. They lost 3 cavalry for trading 2 of lesser quality. So overall, great stuff for the Dark Elves on that side. Front line is going a bit more to the Wood Elves' liking. We already have some Treekin through to the back line, doing a lot of damage to the Doomfire Warlocks, and Dryads are getting through here as well. So while the Dark Elves are winning the flanks, the Wood Elves are winning the front line. Not something you're really used to saying. Over here again, we have the Wild Rider trading poorly into the Doomfire Warlocks. But we have Great Stag Knights running away from Dark Riders. Great Stag Knights should do okay here, but them getting rear charged by the Dark Riders as they tried to get away is much more problematic for them. It just takes so much damage. They have physical resistance, they have 60 armor, but still the Dark Riders are able to get a good amount of damage out. Wild Hunters and the Wild Riders winning their fight, eventually coming over here. Looks like they're going to downhill charge into Dark Shards, who are trying to hold their ground, but Dryads already distracting them. It's not like they can get a meaty volley onto the Wild Hunters or anything like that. Dark Elves are up on the balance of power early on, and I must agree, there's a lot of full green health bars over there, but we'll see. There's also a lot of archers, which if the Wood Elves can start an avalanche down the side here, where it's like, route all this stuff, then route that, then route that, then route that, they could turn this around. And this is bad. Supreme Sorceress of Shadows getting completely surrounded, an anti-large armor-piercing cav, and fighting a Spellweaver of equivalent-ish damage potential is pretty brutal. Oh, and the Wood Elves have healing, so again, like I said with Bretonnia last game, if you can drag the game out, it's very advantageous for them. Some Dark Riders are trying to rally to get intercepted by the Wild Hunters of Kurnos, and they're going to get killed off. Though I wonder if letting the Supreme Sorceress out was worth fighting that Dark Rider. I suppose Leopard's aware of what happened to his Great Stag Knights over here, where they took a whole lot of damage from a lesser unit because they got charged. So I guess he didn't want his Wild Riders to take that charge on the back or something, but the Supreme Sorceress does get away for now. The Wild Riders are going to have to turn and fight these Doomfire Warlocks. It looks like another Soul Blight's coming down. And the Doomfire Warlocks will definitely beat the Wild Hunters at this state. It sucks for them, they have to fight on top of Dryads, but still. The tables have turned on the Sorceress fight. Spellweaver now running away from the Supreme Sorceress of Shadows as she has Bleak Swords and a hero nearby. And the Spellweaver has no cavalry support whatsoever. Wild Hunters holding on to the very last man. It is admirable, but doomed. Do have some Glade Riders finishing off Dark Shards in the distance, but other Dark Shards have rallied. And Great Stag Knights actually cleaned up the Dark Elf Cavalry over here, so things going better on that flank for the Wood Elves than I would have expected, judging by how it went early on. As for the Dark Elves' mobility presence, it's really just this one less than half health Doomfire Warlock that's currently surrounded on both sides by Glade Riders, taking a bunch of damage. And that is crucial. If you can get the mobility advantage back, you can back off and like spam heals with your Spellweaver of Life and try and cycle charge down the Dark Shards. Because look how much like balance of power those Dark Shards are this late into the game. 2 Dark Shards, pretty healthy, lots of ammunition. 3 actually. It's a lot of balance of power. And then you have double casters, which are sharing the same mana pool. So I think the balance of power is inflated right now. I don't think the Dark Elves are actually that far ahead. I think they're ahead. They're not that far ahead. Melkoth slowing down the Great Stag Knights, stopping them from escaping from the Doomfire Warlocks, and doing damage to them at the same time. The Great Stag Knights really needed to turn and just take a charge there, but they do not. Instead, they're gonna get charged and have to fight it out. They get an Earthblood to try and heal them back up, and then they get Glade Rider support. They should be okay, but they did take a little bit more damage there than they were hoping. And that is the Wood Elves' last real advantage, was the Great Stag Knights. So them getting so damaged, how many models they have left? 16 out of 32. Yeah, if they can win this fight quickly and then get some healing before they lose to many more models, they'll be okay. But you're going to need them to slam through the Dark Shards, because Great Stag Knights on the charge can wreck Dark Shards pretty easily. They're winning the fight with the Doomfire Warlocks, but they're not winning it quickly enough, and every model that dies is a big problem. There's another Melkoth, and that should probably take them down to less than 10 models. They're down 13, 12, Just as the heal comes out, but it's too late, they're going to rout, though the healing will stop their models from continuing to die. Wild Hunters of Kurnos are shattered off. Balance of power tips so far. It's probably going to army lost the Widows at this point, and I don't disagree. The Great Stag Knights just took so much damage. Now you have a lot of Dark Shards who are free and clear, and that'll be a 2-0 for Sipa. Zeriak, it's not going anywhere long term. I just need to not swear on the CA stream. Hi, Strix. Now, as Sipo was pointing out in our stream chat here, this wasn't actually the game that qualified him. That was cast on Tactical Lich's channel, and I don't really want to cast something that was already cast, so I just grabbed a random best of 3 from him in the Stage 2 brackets, just to show you one of our top 8 players. Sipa will be advancing, and we'll go put him on the bracket right about now. Now I need to remember where he actually is, because the bracket is generated. I just need to put people in the correct spots. So one moment, my dears, one moment. Let me pull up my master copy. There he is. Sipa. That's a little big. It's a little big for what's going on here. Good enough for now. Still a little big. Let's go with 10. Sipa. Boop. Oh. Dude, I hate when, like, Photoshop thinks it knows better than you, so it tries to, like, move things around. Stab it. Stab it. There's probably a way to turn it off. I will at a different date. Okay. Blending options. No. I'll mess with this later. I'll make it look pretty later, but for now, for this stream, it's fine. So we have Sipa. In there, killing it. Let's pull up our next thing. Okay. Get some more elf action in here. Find our next top 8 contender. We have XMT's Rider of Rohan versus RTK's Stingers. Stingers on Nurgle versus Rider of Rohan's High Elves. One of these two fine gentlemen will get into our top 8. And I think they're both High Elf mains. Yes, they are. All right, for game 1, Rider of Rohan picking his High Elves. He took Teclis. Hate Teclis. Teclis with Flock of Doom, Regrowth, and his Net of Amatoct. A front line of Spearmen. We have the Fireborn, Silver Helms, and other Dragon Princes. 2 Archers, one of the Sister of Avalon, the other one is Town Stork Leda. And then we have a Star Dragon, Au Natural, not a mount for Imric. For Nurgle, it's a front line of pure Pestigors, backed up by Chaos Knights of Nurgle, Chaos Furies in the back. And then we do have the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle and his double Exalted Heroes. I haven't seen this, actually, since the Thrones of Decay DLC came out. So it's an older style of build, but we'll see if it's still any good. As, you know, what's not good is this Sorcerer of Nurgle getting absolutely bodied by Archers and the Star Dragon. He has to run away. I'm surprised he hasn't routed, but if he did, the Star Dragon would just chase him off the map, which is pretty brutal. Star Dragon's getting back up in this guy, so we can get a very important breath attack, probably onto these Chaos Knights of Nurgle, but we'll have to see. The High Elf front line is holding stalwart for now, but those Pestigors are going to get through before you know it. There's the first breath attack. It's onto a different Chaos Knight than I was expecting. It was still a really good breath attack in from Rider of Rohan, pushing back these Chaos Knights of Nurgle. And the High Elves are just stuck in a down-in-the-muck grind fight with Nurgle. They're winning it for now, but you can see their Spearmen are starting to peel off, and that's going to be a problem, because then your Dragon Princes and Silver Helms have to fight on top of Pestigors. So while they were doing good damage to the Chaos Knights of Nurgle, they're not going to want to fight on Pestigors like that, so they need to fall back. The Archers, Sister of Avalon and Townsdorf Kaleda just throw on guard mode and fire away, firing into these Chaos Knights as Flock of Dooms also hit them. But these Pestigors, man, they are taking any damage. And I've noticed that too. I haven't been able to play too much recently, but on this patch in general, or since Pestigores came out, I feel like Pestigores somehow just wildly overperform their stats. Like, 33-25 doesn't look like that good of stats, but they are world beaters. Pestigores are insane as they crump through the high elf front line. But they had help from Chaos Knights of Nurgle, they had help from Streams of Corruption, but still, this unit is much better than its unit stat card would tell you. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle is back in action, has been slowly healing up with his Crown of Domination, so he's not overly concerned about all the damage he took in the early game, and the High Elves look like they're just about out of gas. The Anvil of Nurgle with no hammer, just Anvil. Slowly creeping through the High Elf front line as their health bars are fading. There's not a whole lot they can do. We get a second gorgeous breath attack in from the Star Dragon, but it's not really enough. And this is a problem I've seen with Star Dragon and Techless style builds, is Techless is crazy expensive. Star Dragon's also very expensive. And it's just a lot of money you take out of your build. And then to have the Fireborn and Sisters of Avalorn and stuff, the build's just so narrow that once your front line crumples, there's nothing, there's no secondary force that can buy you any time or pressure or anything. So, it's tough. Star Dragon now getting chased off by the Exalted Heroes of Nurgle. Techless also out and about, but they're running to no safety. There's nowhere to go. Everything they have is completely dead. Miasm of Pestilence is going to lower the Star Dragon's attacks, even if it wanted to. It gets back up into the sky as it rear charges the hapless Exalted Hero of Nurgle, chomping at him. Getting multiple attacks off while charging. Anybody seeing this? It's just constantly charging. It's deleting him! Oh, the High Elves might be dying, but that Star Dragon is going to take the Exalted Hero of Nurgle with him as he gets like 4 charge attacks off in a row. And the Exalted Hero's like, stop it. But what's funny is I don't even think, like, that might have been a bug. I don't know. But it makes sense as this dragon's charging after him and just biting his horse in the back while it's running away. I mean, it makes sense. Do Beastmen Pestigores get Primal Fury? Yeah. More of the Doom Wheels, Eli? None. 7 mod? That's a lie. My face is always out there. One final Flock of Doom from the High Elves, but there is no hope here. As the Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Nurgle, and the Exalted Hero have surrounded the Star Dragon with plenty of Pestigore support, he's just going to take so much damage, it doesn't matter. The rest of the High Elf force is gone. They're not a real threat. You have a Spearman with 1/5 HP is the best that's out there. And that is army losses. Stingers goes up 1-0. I almost hit load replay, which would have shown you all the replays I have. Star Dragon and Techless both did alright. The Dragon Princes and Fireborn and Silverhelms really struggled to get their value back, though. Archers both did okay, and the Spearman front line. I mean, you're not going to look to them for value, you're looking to them for time. For Stingers, the Exalted Heroes did okay. Pestigores did pretty well, but it looks like Nurgle, it was a whole team effort, as everything I'm scrolling through got pretty good values compared to its price. So yeah, everything did pretty well for Nurgle, and they just, team effort, won the game. We'll give Stingers his point. Can the Rider of Rohan rally? As I scroll through my millions of replays to find the right one. Game 2. More elf on elf violence. As Stingers takes up his mantle as the High Elf main, and Rider of Rohan's going to turn to the Dark Elves, the dark side, to mount a comeback, as Stingers also takes Techless. Stop it! Stop taking Techless! He's not worth it. He's not. Just take a generic caster if you want generic caster. They're so much cheaper, and their items are still hyper efficient. Now. Alright, moving on. For the Dark Elves of Rider of Rohan. What? Okay, what? So, qualification game. This was a qualification game. One of these two, This was the game right before top 8, right? So one of these two was qualifying. This is a very important series. One side goes, I'll take Techless, bet. And the other side says, I'll take Double Master, bet. Okay, fine. I disapprove. And I managed to not curse, but I really wanted to. All right, 5 Bleak Swords for frontline, 4 Dark Shards with shields as a back. We have 1 Reaper Bolt Thrower and 3 Cold One Knights. Up in the sky, Supreme Sorceress of Shadows with looks like just Melkoths. And then Double Master on the ground, one of which has Guardian. For the High Elves, 4 Illyrian Reaver Archers trying to do a bit of skirmishing. We do have Techless out and about with Flock of Doom and Regrowth. Then we have the Fireborn, a front line of Silvern Guard and Spearmen. Some War Lions of Krace, Towns Torquelada, more Spearmen. And that's it. I will say, this is a Stinger's classic. Even before War Lions got buffed several times, he took them. And he took them in one of our faction wars. We got to the finals against the Phoenix King. And I don't know. I just love it. I love the War Lions of Krace as like a concept. I think they're a really cool and fun unit. So when I saw Stingers taking them way back then and actually making them look like pretty solid, it just makes me happy. He had a game versus either Black Knight or Blood Penguin where he was using the War Lions of Krace to run down War Wagons. Do you remember when War Wagons were super meta? And he actually did really good work, too. The War Lions would just harass them because they have missile resistance, not high armor, so the armor piercing's a bit wasted on the War Wagons, and then when they caught them, they would shred them. It was wonderful. I loved it. So Stinger's a bit of my personal hero. And he is just skirmishing for now. The Masters are in here, but they're not doing a lot of damage to these Illyrian Reaver Archers, and the Illyrian Reavers are just being super annoying. Though none of this really matters for the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are the one with the Bolt Thrower, and the Bolt Thrower is doing a lot more damage to the Fireborn than these Illyrian Reavers are doing to, I don't know, Supreme Sorcerers for Shadows, I guess. My point is it's been hard to tell what they're shooting at, because they haven't done that much damage. While the Bolt Thrower is very obvious what it's been shooting at. Techless took a good amount of poke earlier. The Fireborn have already gotten a regrowth, and they're still taking damage. So the Dark Elves are really happy with what's going on right now. Wait, the Bolt Thrower's only gotten 100 value? What did so much damage to Techless in the early game? Maybe it was a Flock of Doom overcast that did so much damage to him. I don't know. But neither side really getting a lot of value. War Lions charging into Bleak Swords in the darkness. It's gonna maul those guys. Bleak Sword's already down to half HP up here as the Talons start to light them up a little bit. So I guess the Dark Elves do want to engage. Techless has been Flock of Dooming their front line, and the skirmish is still going on. And I honestly thought the Bolt Throwers were doing better than they were, but I guess they suck. I love how the Dwarven Bolt Throwers are amazing and overpowered, and the High Elf and Dark Elf Bolt Throwers are fine at best or trash, depending on who you ask, but no one's like their OP. And if there is anybody out there who says they're OP, you're trolling. You're absolutely trolling if you think Elven Bolt Throwers are overpowered. The best argument I could see is that they're fine. Fireborn charge straight into the Bleak Swords, doing really good damage to them, and the back line of the Dark Elves is already compromised a little bit as the High Elf Spearmen are starting to get back there and just cause a bit of annoyance. Cold One Knights try and catch the Fireborn out, but they're taking a lot of damage from something. But they're so scattered, I don't know what they're taking damage from. It's like, there's War Lions, there's Spears, there's Archers. What's hurting you this badly? Something is, and you're dying a horrible death. But so are the Fireborn, to be fair. 70 value, and they're so much more expensive, and Techless has already healed them once, but they've just been getting focus fired by the Bolt Thrower, which is, it's trying its best, but Melkoths have been doing good work, Archers have been doing a bit, and Techless gets landed on by the Dark Elf Dragon. Both sides are just suffering so many tragedies that I don't know who's ahead, and it's not because, wow, this is going really well for everyone. It's like, this is going terribly for everyone. The Fireborn and Techless are taking so much damage, but so are all of the Cold One Knights and the Dark Elf frontline. I don't know who's worse off. As a Breath Attack tries to hit Techless, but he jukes out of it, but the Fireborn are a depleted force. They're out. They're out of this. Rear charge in from the Lady is going to take them for good away. They'll rout. I doubt they're coming back. 17 models is pretty good. Maybe if they get a regrowth or something. But they're just not going to matter. The Dark Elf Masters are in here trying to fight. They've pushed back the War Lions. Those guys are fleeing, but now you are fighting on top of spears, and all of you are mounted. So the Cold Knights and the Masters are not going to enjoy this battle whatsoever. They need to get out of here. They're actually surrounded by Silver Guard on both sides. Bounce power is 50-50 as the Elves continue to scrap it out. The Dragon Lord might have overextended. She's now fighting Lions, and there's spears nearby, but they're not attacking her. Never mind, she's not overextended. She's fine. She's chilling. She's good. Ooh, some Illyrian Reavers slipped back here. Gonna take out the Bolt Thrower nice and easy. That's a good amount of value for the High Elves to pick up. And they're like, oh, We must shut down the bolt thrower. It's been firing unimpeded for 5 minutes. The bolt thrower's like, yeah, we're a threat. We've been doing real good. Yeah, oh no, don't shut us down. What'll happen? You might win the game because we're not online anymore. Screw you, bolt thrower. Dark Shards surrounded by Illyrian Reaver archers. Melkoth's trying to weaken them up a little bit as the Dragon Lord is going to land. That should tear off probably 2 of these Illyrian Reavers in the course of the charge. And then the third one's just going to leave. Let's see. Am I right? Is the prediction there? Come on! Tear her out! Come on! Don't make me a liar! Don't you dare! Ah, they didn't tear her out. Dang it! I was so close to being right. War Lions of Krace are back for their second charge in. Again, damaging the Bleak Swords. Some Bleak Swords have managed to hold the High Elf front line, doing really good stuff. So when you have a more numerous front line, I won't say superior, because sometimes you have less elite units, but a lot of them. When you have more of a front line, it's really good not to cluster them. There were 2 spears right there clustered, so that makes me look like a fool. But overall, I really like what Stingers did otherwise, where it's just like, saturate the area. Don't take a 1v1, don't even take a 2v1, because your guys are just going to pile up on top of each other. Spread out, control more of the battlefield, harass the bolt throwers, harass the Dark Shards, make the Dark Elves pay for being outnumbered. That's how you beat someone with numbers advantage. It's not like piling up 2 spearmen on top of 1 master like was happening over here. That was a bit of a whoopsie. But imagine if like all these Silver Guard were like piling up on Bleak Swords and just like sitting there waiting to be breath attacked. That wouldn't be great. Alright, my mouse briefly died, but we're back. Shady's back. Bom, bom, bom. Back for now. Bom, bom, bom. Melkoth's caster and her 2 masters trying to help finish off this game. And as I'm going to assess, I don't know. I'm concerned about these pretty healthy spearmen. How many breath attacks do you have? 0. No breath attacks. And there's a lot of spearmen left. Techless is not a problem for you. These light cavalry aren't a problem for you, but the amount of spearmen left on the battlefield for your 3 mounted characters is going to be really tough. Yeah, looks like, oh, even Stinger just knows it. He throws a regrowth onto his Silver Guard instead of on Techless. He 100% knows that's his win condition. It's just, what you going to do about my spears? Nothing. 13th Warrior, thank you. Got all moved in, feeling good. Screw is not a swear word. Come on. Come on. Getting asked to leave Alt 1 would suck. Dark Elf win, Phoenix King? Bold prediction. Bold prediction. This Master is surrounded, trying his best to fight his way out with a Melkoth support and then a nice charge in from the Dragon that should probably scatter these guys. But now you have more Spearmen and a full health Silver Guard charging downhill to come get you. Their charge bonus is a whopping 4. This is not the charge I'm worried about, but the fact that they're here at all is problematic. Dark Elves getting cleaned up around the map. They have no excuses. They have no one that could be attacking besides their 3 single entities, so they do have to just fight these spears or chase ineffectually after Illyrian archers or something, so they can't cycle charge. They're stuck in it. Looks like the last breath of the Dark Elf Empire. Samaric, that's a lie. It's a filthy lie. That's a desperate regrowth. Warlines of Krace getting a regrowth, which they needed it, sure, but they were so close to routing. If they had shattered while you were giving them a regrowth, that would have been embarrassing. Thankfully, it looks like they'll be just fine, so they can actually get the value of a regrowth and come back. And I know why he did it. He wants armor-piercing mass. Like, that's fair, but I thought that was that specific moment was risky to use it, where it's like, either wait to see if they're going to rally on their own, or use it before they charge in. But using it as they're charging in with their leadership blinking was like, ugh! What's Silverin bonus versus large? I don't know. Let's find a Silverin and find out. 20. So they have a melee attack of 51. That is army losses. Stingers taking a 2-0 win to go to top 8. And I didn't want to say it at the start, but I do try and grab replays for both winners and losers and mix it up. in case you were like, the person on the left always wins. But then I didn't want to say it at the start of this series because I know Stingers wins, and then it'd be like, well, now I know Stingers wins because my boy said at the start, I don't always grab it from the winners. So, yes. If you thought you were being too clever and you knew all the winners are on the left, I got you. Zariak's coming in with the steel chair for people that apparently don't like the word suck. I will have to clean up this sheet and make it look better. But for now, Stingers goes down here, and we have our first top 8 matchup actually decided. Stingers versus Sipa. Those will be streamed on Sunday with our good friend Tactical Lich. So if you want to see the result of a best of 5 between Sipa and Stingers, Dark Elf main versus High Elf main, tune in this Sunday for co-cast with Tactical Lich. And now I gotta find another best of 3 to cast. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's not a game that matters for today. It's just a good game. Cool. You know what? You people have waited for long enough. Let's get some Alfredino in here. How about that? Alfredino! Yay! Alfredino! Yay! That's the only reason I watch is because Alfredino might get cast. You know what, dude? There are other people in the world besides Alfredino. Like Butcherbird! He changes his name a lot, but I'm going to call him Butcherbird because that's what I know him as on... Well, even on Discord he changes his name a lot. But we have Butcherbird versus Alfredino. Alfredino... probably the most famous player that's still active, like, because of the Turin days, you know, where there's, like, Falcon, Ice Power, Void Lulls, Alfredino. Alfredino's still active and in good standing, so he's probably, like, the last of that era. But he's against Butcherbird. Butcherbird, very, very skilled. Plays a lot of Wood Elves, plays a lot of Kite. Is very, very good. He's up against Alfred. It's an uphill fight for sure. But whoever wins this qualifies to top 8. Now for the side of the Greenskins, we have Goblin Frontline, Stone Trolls backing up Savage Orc Biggins. We took Wurzag, surprisingly. Don't see a lot of Wurzag after his nerfs a couple patches back. But we have Brainburster, Gaze of Mork, and then his Net. Orc Aura Boys and the Night Goblin De Rusty Urs ROR for their armor sundering against crabs. A couple Night Goblin Squig Hoppers and Morgan's Mage Marauders. On the other side for the Vampire Coast, we have Deckdropper Bombers and Alfredino doing a bit of trolling. 4 bloated corpses versus Greenskins. I have multiple problems with this, Alfred. Hey, bloated corpses versus Greenskins. Their front line is goblins worth 300 gold. The bloated corpses worth 425. So even if you get to the front line, you're gonna kill something that's not worth it. And, Alfred, what about Gaze of Mork? And, Alfred, what about Archers, which they surely take at this matchup? Alfred, hey, Alfred, what are you doing with 4 bloated corpses on my top 8 stream? Meh. KBH, it depends. I think for quick battle, it's better than land battles, but in tournaments it's not, because blobs and Hero Hammer are more, just factually more effective on Conquest mode, because there's a point that can force you to come fight them. Oh no. Why are the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers charging a bloated corpse? No! Why would they do that? Bird! Bird, why are you charging a bloated corpse with your Night Goblin Squig Hoppers? Bird! Anyway, for the Vampire Coast, we have a bunch of bloated corpses, we have a bunch of handgunners, Count Noctilus on the ground with his summons, and Invocation to hack a front line of zombies, backed up by Mortars, Lampish Revenge, and the Night Terrors. Oh, I see. KBH, I see. You got me. You got me. Another bloated corpse actually gets the Stone Trolls too, and it's a disaster for the Greenskins as some of the very expensive flanking units are charging into bloated corpses. Gaze of Mork is out onto the bombers to try and punish them a little bit as the archers are still moving up. Savage Orc Biggins are getting into the front line, but they have to retreat as soon as the Bloated Corpse even threatens about coming up. Morgrim's Mangy Marauders are thinking about charging in, but are they going to charge into the Bloated Corpse? Morgrim's, no! Why would you do that? Okay, that was pretty good. They were spread out, so they charged it. They didn't take that much damage, but like, what is going on? Night Goblin Squig Hoppers getting buffed up by a wall, but they are retreating away from the Lamps of Revenge as the archers have moved up and they are firing into all the handgunners. The Greenskins are just trying to get through the front line as the Savage Orc Biggins move up. They're getting some good things done. They will massacre these handgunners so bad. What up, Battlesy? How you doing? Battlesy will be with me on the 20th as my co-caster for the big CA event. Alfred's testing my no swearing policy. It's tough. It's really tough right now to not swear with all the stuff that's going on. Night Terrors are in, and as their name would suggest, they do cause terror, which is pretty good against Greenskins. It's better against, like, Skaven, but Greenskins are a low leadership faction as far as the concept of low leadership goes. You know, they're better than some, but still a little low. For the Vampire Coast, they're running out of front line, and there is a lot of artificial value out on the battlefield right now. Bounce power is pretty bad for the Greenskins, and I would agree, but if you can kill these handgunners with all their ammo, if you can kill these mortars with all their ammo, all of a sudden that bounce of power doesn't look nearly as bad, and Noctilus has summons out on the field. It's still pretty bad. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it, but if army losses happen to be a little disingenuous, but it is looking pretty bad for the Greenskins. It looks like Bird is going to go for it too. He is trying to dive into that backline and get to the mortars just to buy himself a little bit of balance of power to draw this game out. As Crumbling is going to take out both of the bats, the front line is starting to fall apart, and now he can get onto those handgunners. The summons will eventually fade away, so the Greenskins just need time. They desperately need time to stay in this game. Mortar getting taken out, but still the balance of power is creeping back further and further away from the Greenskins. And with the Squig Hoppers routing, that means the mortars will be fine, and then I just don't think there will be enough of a balance of power surge to save the Greenskins. I think they're doomed. Stone Troll's trying to rally so they can regen up a little bit. Noctilus's summons have enough time to stay around. Again, influence that balance of power and just army loss out the Greenskins. And even without army losses, it's looking pretty bad. Full health Lamper's Revenge, full health Noctilus, full health Night Terrors. It is quite brutal. Oh, but Savage Orc staying it long enough to hop in here. There's the army losses. Alfred goes up 1-0 with a 4 Bloated Corpse build. The first faction war. That was wild. Yeah, what GS is saying in chat was true. We saw it with his Morgrim's Mangy Marauders, where he charged into a Bloated Corpse and immediately pulled back, so barely did any damage. But the Night Goblins, Squig Hoppers, had a harder time pulling that off. For the Bloated Corpses, not a lot of value, not a lot of value, not a lot of value, and paid for itself. So actually, despite everything, only one of the Bloated Corpses actually did very much. That's pretty funny. Bombers did well. But the value must have come in from the handguns, because so far we haven't seen a lot of value out on the field. Wow, the handguns even didn't do that much. Mortars did fine, Crabs did okay, Noctilus did okay. But another low-value game, surprisingly. On the side of the Greenskins, Savage Orcs and Goblins didn't get a lot of value because they were just killing zombies all game to try and get to that backline. Stone Trolls got very little done. Squigs and Morgrims, not a ton. Wow, just super low gold value game on both sides. Weird. Alright, go back to the blocker for a second while I find the next game. Okay. That's a tough start. Alfredino pulling out the Beastmen, and for the second time today, we see a player on their heels betting it all on the Wood Elves. It did not work out for Leopard. Maybe it will work out for Butcherbird. I will say that Wood Elves are probably his main. He plays a lot of Beastmen and a lot of Wood Elves. I don't know which one he would say is his true main, but he plays both of them. So falling back on comfort when a little uncomfortable is normal. Hey, Amolves. How you doing? Okay, we have the Deepwood Scouts with Swift Shiver Shards. This was before they were nerfed. I'm on a rollback patch, so I am on the previous patch. They still have their 180 range, you can see on their unit cards, and that's when this was played. So Deepwood Scouts with their 180 range, and then we have an Eternal Guard box around Durthu. Durthu with this double blob punishment of Sword of Daith and Flock of Doom. We do also have an Earthblood caster, and then some Sisters of the Thorn and Wild Riders, including the Wild Hunters of Kurnos. So a very buffed Wood Elf build. Deepwood Scouts were buffed, Wild Riders, the Wild Hunters were buffed, and Durthu was buffed. On the other side, for the Beastmen of Alfredino, we have Malagor with his own Flock of Doom. Then a bunch of Ungor Spearman herds, Centaurs of Tzeentch, a lot of Ungor Raiders, 4 of them. And then more Centaurs and Dogs as they fully surround the Wood Elf box. And these Deepwood Scouts are going to have a tough time finding a safe place to be. Because even though you have a box, it's like, how safe are you really? As we can see, the Deepwood Scouts are still taking a lot of damage. Centaurs eking their way through here. And in comes the Sword of Daith, Flock of Doom double combo. That is just doing so much damage to this blob. Durthu loves to punish overcommitments like this. And we lose 2 Centaurs off the bat. 2 Centaurs of Tzeentch are losing half HP as well, getting pushed away. And now these dogs' leadership is already faltering. While they're at full health, they're getting rear charged by the Wild Riders. And it is a disaster for the Beastmen to start this game. Taking so much damage, and these Sisters of Thorn could quickly roll over and just grab at least 2 archers, maybe more. As all the Beastman nobility has moved around the backside, no one stayed to protect the archers. I wonder if the Wood Elves will take time and go over there. It doesn't look like it, as they're focusing more on punishing these Centaurs further while they still can. Durthu is lumbering around trying to find a fight as dogs catch some of the Deepwood Scouts, but they're also fighting Wild Riders here and there. Their leadership is faltering, but I do think the Wood Elves might want to just send 1 cavalry unit to take the trade. But ooh, Alfredino making a rare micro mistake for him. His Ungor Raiders end up in melee. He has to back 2 of them off. The other 2 are just going to fire while they're here, as Malagor is overcommitted onto Eternal Guard. Now, they're taking a lot of damage from archers, sure, but Malagor is also taking an uncomfortable amount of damage. Sister of Thorns casting some of their bound spells on themselves as more and more Centaurs are pushed off. Centaurs of Tzeentch getting pushed away, and now Alfred only has 2 healthy Centaurs that I can really see. The rest are quite damaged. This one's at full HP, that one's at half HP. Those are the 2 I'm looking at. Now, the archers of the Beastmen not being contested is still a little problematic. Bird's Cavalry certainly has been busy, but someone needs to get back there and stop these guys as they're just firing in, getting a lot of damage out. The Eternal Guard are suffering quite a bit, as are the Sisters of the Thorn and the other cavalry that's charging in. They only have 40 armor and no shields in some of these Wild Riders, so that's pretty brutal. Wood Elves winning most of the cav engagements for now. The infantry fight is a mixed bag, as both sides kind of brought trash to your infantry, so no one cares about that. But the Beastmen archers are doing a lot of damage. Bounce power is 50-50. Deepwood Scouts have taken a lot of damage, so have the Wood Elf cavalry. The last Centaur of Tzeentch that is in here is fighting. His armor piercing is going largely to waste against the Wood Elf cav, but his magic damage pushing through their physical resistance is quite nice. More Centaurs pile onto the Wild Hunters of Kurnos to get a beautiful charge onto them, actually. Despite the buffs they got, I suppose armor piercing doesn't matter that much against the Beastmen, so they're just trading extremely even, which is great for the Centaurs. 700 gold unit trading even with a 1500 gold unit is very, very nice. Some Eternal Guard find their way onto Ungor Raiders as there's less and less Ungor Spearman herds to defend them. The Widows are pulling slightly ahead on the balance of power. Flock of Doom Overcast from Malagor tries to really diminish these guys, but it looks like he took the Overcast damage, so now he's incredibly low, fighting these Deepwood Scouts, and he might rout, and if he routs, he's going to fly over multiple Deepwood Scout groups, so he could die, but now dogs are here to save him. Nice rear charge, they'll take him out. Well, take the Deepwood Scouts out, not Malagor. Balance power's back to even. Another Earthblood for the Wild Hunters of Kurnos, but how much does it really matter? They're so low. But speaking of how much does it matter for the Beastmen? Their Lord is fleeing. He'll rally, but he is fleeing for now. Their archers are under duress, getting attacked by elven spears everywhere. And we still have Durthu. I haven't talked about Durthu at all. If you just, like, take him out, right? Like, don't look at him. I put him off the screen. This is looking pretty Beastmen favored. You're like, oh, there's a couple Eternal Guard that are almost dead, and that one can just get kited out. They'll be fine. Oh, frick. What do you do about Durthu? Full health, blob punishment, Flock of Doom, extreme armor, missile resistance, physical resistance, and all you have left alive are some archers? It's looking a little desperate for the Beastmen as they're cleaning up the rest of the map, but the tree in the room has to be addressed at some point. As he chucks out a Flock of Doom on the Centaurs of Tzeentch just as they charge in, he immediately terror routes off the spears. And the Centaurs are going to run for their life. Durthu starting his ping-pong routine where he's going to just bounce around the map and win every fight one by one until he wins the whole game. And the Beastmen are going to do their best to kite him out, punish him at every step of the way with their archers, make him really work for it. Malagor's not particularly threatened right now. Flock of Doom will do very little damage to him, and I don't know how much Sword of Death does to a single entity. I don't think a lot, but maybe. I just got a text. Is it important? Sorry. Grace texted me about something. Durthu has another sword. Malagor dies. Looks like he must have used it while I wasn't looking. Yeah, there's the Sword of Death onto these Chaos Warhounds and the Centaurs. Malagor gets pushed off. He'll probably rally. Does he have his leadership item? No, he didn't bring his own leadership item. Okay, he might route off the field then, if he doesn't have his thing. Wood Elves, just about toast, except for Durthu. But their last Eternal Guard are starting to fade away. All of the archers are plinking at Durthu, and we'll see. It's now just a contest of wills. The archers still have a good amount of ammunition, considering we're 7 minutes into the game. Durthu is withstanding the storm of shafts. He's doing his best. And Butcherbird's tournament life is at stake. It's on the back of Durthu's broad shoulders. Can he withstand all of these arrows coming at him? Or will Alfredino advance the top 8 in a 2-0? This looks really winnable for the Wood Elves. Yeah. Looks good. Flock of Doom out. 2 for 1 on the Centaurs and the Younger Raiders. Ah! Hello? Hi, sorry. My car's in the shop and I got a call. I just took it in for an oil change and they're saying I might need to spend $3,000 on it, so that's great. Alright. He'll call back in a second, but let's try and finish this game out. So Ungar Raiders still pelting Durthu, and there was a sneaky Eternal Guard that came up behind and messed with this Ungar Raider. A Centaur charge trying to take it out, but actually army losses is just going to hit. Oh, Malagor went off the field. Yeah, I can see how that'd trigger army losses. Because the Beastmen leadership probably faltered enough that enough units just routed on their own accord that a couple 400 gold archers running out of ammo wasn't nearly enough to keep the balance power up. I think the Wood Elves were going to win that, army losses or not. Because the archers were running out of ammo and Durthu still had half health, and from there he could just clean up. So we are going to go to game 3. 3K for an oil change? Yeah, as they were changing my oil, I also had them take a look at the car because I haven't taken it in for like 3 years. And they said that one of my engine parts is leaking oil, so they have to replace the engine part. He said a turbo, which I don't know what the heck a turbo is because I don't know cars. Okay. Taking a look around, the Cav did fine. Deepwood Scouts didn't get a lot done for Bird here, but they did get run down pretty quickly. Darthu did fine. Uh-oh. Alright. I gotta take that again, sorry. Alright. He said it's not critical to do that right now, so I told him, we're not going to do that right now. And I will think about it. And then I told him, don't call me back. I'll come pick up the car later. So he's just doing the oil change for now. And we'll deal with that. But he will not call back for the rest of the stream. So that is good. You are back on the blocker because we are 1-1. I don't have to put a name on there just yet, as Butcherbird did defeat Alfredino in Game 2, taking us to a Game 3 between these players. And you know what that means if you know our pick and ban system. It means Butcherbird's Beastmen can no longer be banned, and he gets to play them. Bird on the Beastmen versus Alfredino in our first Vampire count of the day. Traditionally thought of as a bad matchup for the Beastmen, though I personally think the Beastmen have a little bit of play in it, and I've had some fun fighting Berserk in this matchup. And Berserk's a pretty good player, and I brought it nice and close, so if he's a better player than me and I can bring it close, I think the Beastmen have some teeth here. I would not say it's Beastmen favored. I'm just saying it's not, like, doomed. So for the Beastmen, in our Game 3, a front line of Ungor Spearman herds, some Minotaurs with great weapons, a couple Centigors as well, Sons of Goros Centigors for that magic damage and armor piercing. I suppose they're there in case of ghost-type units, plus just a pretty decent stat pool, plus good against Blood Knights. Just solid. So 3 Centigors throwing axes, a Cygor, interestingly enough, a British Emerald Traderkin, and a Doombull. Don't know about the Cygor. Don't love the Cygor. On the other side, we have Manfred von Karstein, the Fate of Una, Spirit Leech, Zombies, and Invocation of the Heck. Double Vargeists, triple Vargeist, one of which is the Devils of Schwarzhofen. We have some Crypt Horrors, Claw of Nagash, and then Skeleton Spearmen and Zombies to back them up. Pretty standard vampire counts builds for these days. Manfred has quickly ascended over the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord as the prominent Vampire Lord. He's not nearly as good of a combatant as the Blood Dragon is, but he's still solid. You know, he's still a dragon caster, so he's pretty good at combat. And his mixed lore of magic plus his abilities are just so good that it's like, okay, Manfred's the way to go, not the Blood Dragon Lord. Hear me out, how do we only have 67 viewers? Because I had to pause and answer an important phone call, so a lot of people left. I don't blame them. That's pretty shitty content for them, but I knew I had to answer it. We were at like 88 before I had to take those calls, so yeah. That's why I told the guy, I'm like, don't call me back again. I'll just deal with it later. He gets so much wins of magic, yes he does. The counts are slowly advancing as the Cygor continues to pelt their front line a bit. And I don't know. Bird could tell you what the Cygor is for more than me. I'm guessing it's just to pressure the vampire counts so they can't cycle charge freely, can't spam spells freely, they at least have to take a bit of damage. I don't love it. I famously hate Cygors, and I think they're trash, but, like, that's probably what its function was here. A beautiful Traderkin. Unfortunately, it's not overcast, but it does hit a whole bunch of infantry, the Claw of Nagash, Manfred, and some Crypt Horrors, so really, really good Traderkin there, and now the Doom Bull is starting to charge up. Ungor Spearman Herd's already routing, though, so the Doom Bull's going to go in on his own. Does have plenty of support nearby if he needs it, and someone has to take out that Claw of Nagash. And I understand the Beastmen don't want to feed, like, a ton of multi-entity models into the Claw, so sending in a powerful single entity to try and outduel it makes a lot of sense. Zombies are dying as the Devils of Schwarzhofen have landed. Devils trying to get some damage out, but more Centaurs, including the Sons of Goros, charge straight in. The Devils of Schwarzhofen are just getting torn apart. Throwing axes, still trying to harass Manfred and the Claw of Nagash every so often. Cygor is still throwing. He's throwing at these blobs that are forming. Gonna get decent damage out on the blobs. As much as I don't think he does a lot of damage to it. Wow, Direpack just died horribly to the Minotaurs. Anyway, Cygor doesn't do a lot of damage to infantry advancing. He does do pretty good against blobs. Manfred lands on the Doom Bull, surprisingly enough. Centaur's going to charge in and try and punish him. The Cygor is still throwing at point-blank range, though actually it looks like the Cygor just friendly fired his own troops. And then Manfred chucks out a Fate of Bune onto the Centaurs. The throwing axes getting really sick of their armor-piercing missiles. But the Beastmen are ahead on the balance of power for now, and I would agree. The Vampire counts are in a bad way, and that's another Traderkin that's going to hit everything that matters in the entire game. Beautiful stuff there for the Beastmen, and we still have some Varguys trying to look for an angle in, but they're worried about landing in front of any Centaurs that have been left in reserve, because a rear charge from the Centaurs will kill these Varguys very, very, very quickly. Varguys do a lot of damage, but they're very fragile. Crypt Horror is just about dead as the Sons of Goros get terror-outed away from the Claw of Nagash and Manfred. The Claw is living its best life right now, draining down some Minotaurs, draining down some elite cavalry. But the Doom Bull has proven rather resilient and tanky, and he's doing his best to just hold these vampires back while feeding as few troops into the Claw of Nagash as possible. Varguys finally start to commit to a fight because they have to, but as soon as they land, they're going to get swarmed with green bodies. Look at that. Look at all those little green arrows coming for them. And again, they take a lot of damage before they can manage to take off. Manfred's healing himself up in the sky. He still has breath attacks, right? I haven't seen really any. He has 2 left. He's going for one of that final little pocket of spearmen. Beautiful angle on that breath attack. Takes them all out. And the Beastmen are down to 1 spearman unit. And then a bunch of Centaurs. Manfred even lands on the Doom Bull, trying to get a little bit of damage out. I think Alfred's trying to play with his heal cap a bit, because he knows Manfred can retreat and heal ad nauseum. The Doom Bull can't, so I think if he's like, listen, if I take 30% more damage than you take, it's fine, because I can go heal it, and that damage is worth it onto you. But what's not worth is the Doom Bull slamming him as the throwing axes also make him regret his decision to land, but another Fate of Buna is out for the Centaur's throwing axes. That is the second one that's going to take a supreme amount of damage. The Cygor is in, just acting as a discount giant as he slams down the Claw of Nagash, and the Vampire counts are falling further and further behind in the balance of power. Manfred lands again on the Doom Bull, refusing to let him go as the Claw gets chased away by the Cygor. More Minotaurs with great weapons are here to support. Another Traderkin down onto Manfred. He's 2,000 HP and dropping. As Crypt Horrors do arrive to peel for him, he gets back into the sky, and he really needs to take some time to chill out and heal. Varguys get charged down by Centaurs on the high ground. There's still some healthy Centaurs in this game, but he is not giving up. Manfred is not taking any time to chill and heal. He's charging back after the Doom Bull, flying dangerously close to some Minotaurs with great weapons. He barely gets back into his own zombies and skeletons and all those things. But he's down to 1,500 HP, and Centaurs with throwing axes are trying to use their last couple volleys into Manfred or the Claw alone. They really don't want to waste any ammo on the Chaff. Manfred landed again towards the Doom Bull and again gets chased off by the Centaurs. He even starts crumbling a little bit. Does manage to rally, but for a brief second was crumbling as the Cygor continues to fight zombies and stuff up next to the Claw. And the Claw is still slowly draining down these Centaurs as they cycle charge in. Manfred finally gets a much-needed invocation to heck on himself. We still have a full health Centaur throwing axes, though it only has 2 volleys left. We have a damaged one in the distance that have 5 volleys left. The Doom Bull has 1,700 HP. Manfred probably trying to save up Winds of Magic for Spirit Leeches for the Doom Bull or for Zombie Summons. But the balance of power all of a sudden goes right back to the middle as the Vampire counts are still slowly healing up from the Claw of Nagash's AoE healing effect. And the Beastmen are suffering a lot of attrition from that drain. Minotaurs pushed off, Spearmen taking a lot of damage, and Manfred healing up his very expensive body actually drags the Vampire counts into the lead. How many more Traderkins do they have? Another Spirit Leech onto the Doom Bull. And Centaur's going for another charge. They unfortunately really won't do that much damage to the Claw of Nagash. They will do a lot to the Crypt Horrors, though. Wow. They are slapping the Crypt Horrors. And then they back off to refresh their charge again. We still have some throwing axes with ammunition. It looks like they're trying to use their ammo on Manfred instead of the Claw. Both are good decisions for different reasons, but the Doom Bull is pushed away. The Mortis Engine slowly sapping his life from him. Manfred might be able to exploit that. The Wilds Caster is in it to win it, but he's probably going to tear out in a second. There he goes. Manfred's turning. I think he has one breath attack left, and it can get a good, if it can get a good shot onto that full health Centaur, that might just be the death knell in this game. But we still have a Cygor who's fighting his way free. Trying to tell if any of these infantry are summons. They are not, so everything here for the vampire counts is real as real gets. Centaurs with another downhill charge, joined by Minotaurs of Grey Opens, trying to kill this Crypt Horror, and the Brave Shaman of the Wild actually didn't route, he just terror routed, gets a Traderkin off real quick onto the Crypt Horrors and Manfred and the Claw of Nagash, but a big terror out for the Beastman is here. Where's the Doom Bull? Did he die? Oh, he must have died to a Spirit Leech. Lord recently died. That is a disaster for the Beastmen. It went from balance of power dead even to all of a sudden just losing terribly for the Beastmen as a final Spirit Leech killed off their Lord off screen. Their leadership can't hold. They're just too cowardly. One leadership on that Centaur. Everyone else is routing except for the brave Cygor trying to hold it down. He throws a last angry rock at the Claw of Nagash just out of spite. But there is no hope in this game for the Beastmen at this point. We have a Centaur throwing axes, one volley left, a lot of HP. I guess it's back into the fight for now, but what can you do about the Claw of Nagash? These Centaurs will just die to it alone if nothing else is on the field. Maybe the Cygor can kill it if he has time, but right now he's surrounded by spears, there's Crypt Horrors in the way, and of course Manfred is lurking, waiting to just take him out. Cygor does a ton of models on Blood Knights. Got it. Alright. Well, not useless. Yeah, he did okay. That is army losses. Alfredino will go to the top 8, but in a very, very close series. Well done to Butcherbird. 2,200 value for his Traderkin caster. The Doom Bull didn't get as much value, but he held that center for so long, just stopping the Claw of Nagash and pushing into better areas, that he eventually had to fall back. Centaurs did a lot of value, and Cygor honestly did do fine. He was fine in this matchup. Not a ton of value, but like forced the vampire counts not to just sit around and be silly, and then got some good damage on the Claw of Nagash, did some good poke onto things, so yeah, Cygor did fine. Spear Skellies did fine, Crypt Horrors did okay. The Vargeist got massacred, but the Mortis Engine and Manfred carried the day. 4,600 value between them, but also, like, the healing they both provided and all that stuff. GG's. Over to the Photoshop. And now I need to remember where Alfred landed on this thing. Okay. Again, I'll go back and make the text look prettier, but my Photoshop's being annoying. See, it's doing that where it like keeps trying to auto-center stuff when it's not actually center. So I'll fight that later when you all don't have to watch, but I want him at least down. Damn it. There's a second snap that's like pretty close to center, and it's not up there. Fuck it, whatever. He's up there. It's fine. So Alfredino goes to the top. Who will face him? I wonder. I don't actually have an order I was going to cast these best of threes. So I'll just cast whichever one comes across to me next as I'm looking through all my replays. Alright. We have the Gentle Rat versus Plague Penguin. Blood Penguin, if you don't know, I think he actually won the last faction war as the Empire before all their buffs and DLC. So Blood Penguin is very, very good. Plays a lot of Bretonnia and Empire. Both very strong factions. But he has played them since before they were hyper meta and OP. I'll defend him on that route. The Gentle Rat actually is a relatively recent addition to our community. He popped up, I don't know, if he's listening, he probably is going to correct me, but it was something like he popped up a year ago or a year and a half ago. Did pretty well as like a new player, and then either got bored or got busy, but he disappeared for quite a while, and then he popped back up mostly for the Warpstone Cup, maybe a little bit before, and has been grinding it out again. So he's a promising newer player, but not an old face you should know at all. So we got pretty far in this tournament for someone relatively newer. The guy on the right wins again. What a surprise. I know. Shocker, dude. Shocker. Anyway, for our matchup in front of us, the Gentle Rat taking the Chaos Dwarves. And he takes Zatan the Black. Guys, this is a try-hard serious tournament. This is the most serious tournament I will host all year. We have bloated corpses. We have Zatan the Black. What is happening? Anyway, we do have Zatan the Black on his mount with Sadistic Snare, the Armor of Gazrak. Interesting. Goblin Laborer frontline, and then a whole bunch of shooting. 4 Chaos Dwarf Blunderbusses, 3 Infernal Guard Fireglaves, a Magma Cannon, and then a Demonsmith Sorcerer of Hashit. What is this? Hashit with the Flames of Asgore? This is top 8. This is the biggest tournament of the year. You don't come in here with a D-tier faction, Chaos Dwarves, take Zatan, a meme lord, and take Flames of Asgore, a campaign-only meme spell. You don't do this. I'm upset. I'm not casting this. I'm leaving, dude. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm casting from up here, where it's safe, where the stink of these memes don't get me. Alright, so Zatan's doing Zatan things. For Bretonnia, we have Field Trebuchets, Grail Knights, Knights of the Realm, a Paladin, 2 Paladins. It's Fey Double Paladin. I haven't seen that for a while, actually. Peasant Bowman, and then a front line of Foot Squires for some armor-piercing anti-infantry. That's pretty clever. I like that. Little variations from Bretonnia. And then Men-at-Arms and Peasant Mobs. We also have some more Knights of the Realm flanking up there. The downhill fire from the blunderbuss is doing some decent damage to the peasants, but as soon as the peasants get in combat with the goblin laborers, their line of sight is going to get obstructed. But clearly, the blunderbusses are here for knights. Whenever the knights show up, they will turn and fire at those guys. But there's a trebuchet living its best life, currently firing at clustered up elite infantry. And the paladin is the first one into the grinder, but he gets onto the blunderbusses as they're reloading, and Zatan now has to deal with him, charging in with that big blazing bull. He is going to beat him up. Now, Zatan, you're used to the Chaos Dwarf Sorcerer Lords, and they're fine, but Zatan is a melee combatant. That is his primary function, so he is here to bust up this paladin. He's going to do a good job of it, already taking the guy down to half HP as the Magma Cannon is firing back. And the Chaos Dwarf firing lines doing a really good job of holding back the Bretonians. Knights of the Realm getting pushed back. And even these Foot Squires not having a good time under the constant firepower of these long rifles. The Goblin Laborer front line fell apart very, very quickly. And now this is where the problems come in. Ooh, but Grail Knights get netted by Sadistic Snare. In comes the Flames of Asgore combo. They can't move, they can't dodge, and they get deleted by the Flames. Infernal Guard with the Fire Glaives, the Fire Guard of Fire with the Fire Glaives Guard. Gonna shoot them all the time, make sure they don't come back, they rout, and then the blunderbusses turn and mess them up. No one's escaping this. The Grail Knights shatter without touching a single Chaos Dwarf body with their enchanted pierced lances, whatever the thing. I'm struggling for words because I just had my mind blown and I'm extremely limited in my vocabulary because half of it's locked off because I'm trying to be a good proper boy. And all, just like that, man, the Bretonians are falling behind. Nothing's going well for them. Zatan's after the Fey Enchantress. The double paladins amounted to nothing. All of their infantry is getting ground down. I don't even know what happened to the Knights of the Realm or the Knights Errant that were around or any of those guys. I just saw the Grail Knights get deleted, and that was about it. We still have a Trebuchet in the back firing. And it's doing really good work, but the rest of the Bretonian force is just not able to keep up with the pressure. Man, I love Penguin. I love Penguin too, but why, like, okay, I'm not trying to downplay Penguin. I love Penguin. But why did you say I love Penguin when the Gentle Rat set up a beautiful net into Flames of Asgore deletion of the Grail Knights? Why would you praise Penguin? Like, again, I love the guy and he deserves all of your love, but what was your timing on that? Why would you be like, I love Penguin as he gets deleted? Hey, the Gentle Rat's here. What up, dude? How you doing? Shut it down. Yeah. Zatan's OP. You love to see it. Zatan didn't get that much individual value because he just fought a paladin, but his net was mostly what he was after. Flames of Asgore caster got 1200 value right there. The blunderbusses, the Infernal Guard just shooting anybody that came near and punishing them. The Magma Cannon was just constant nice pressure. For Blood Penguin, Fey Double Paladin got nothing done, unfortunately. The Grail Knight's 9 value, getting shut down. I think, really, though, a lot of his money went into the Foot Squires. Not, like, a ton, but a good amount went into the Foot Squires, and they just had a hard time getting to the blunderbusses that they so desperately wanted to fight. The Peasant Archers didn't do much. The Knights of Realm didn't get to do much. The Treb did very well. You thought the Gentle Rat was Penguin? No. No. I won't let this stand. You can't. You can't watch Simone Biles do, like, a triple backflip and then go, man, that Michael Phelps, though. And it's like, okay, I mean, Michael Phelps is impressive as an athlete, but that's not what we're watching right now. That's not what's happening right now. You can't, you can't do that. All right, game 2. Blood Penguin down 0-1. And he bets it all on Dark Elves versus Skaven. Now, the Skaven recently rising up the ranks. On our tier list video, my 2 guests, if I am so polite. Nope. See, I even did it. I gave Blood Penguin the point, too. Everybody's out here giving Penguin points. There's a delay, so I haven't seen chat yet, and I'm sure that they're going to be like, change it! I already changed it, bro. By the time you say it, I already changed it. But I think Skaven are high A tier, personally. I think they're so good, and my other tier list companions put them much lower, and I just despise that, so we'll see. I think this matchup is Skaven favored recently. Can Blood Penguin pull out some of the sauce? And I guess he does have some of the sauce. Malekith on his Velociraptor can do some decent surprise work, and then Hydras have always been low-key good against Skaven. I won't say OP, but good. Because you have this terror-causing monster that can just eat damage, and with its giant regeneration procs, it can push through them. Kind of like the Dread Saurian, where you're just trying to terror out people. It provides its own healing. It can be really good against Skaven if they're not ready for it, so I appreciate it. Hadri's used it a lot in our games. I was in a couple faction wars against Hadri's Dark Elves, like 2 faction wars in a row, and his Manticores and Hydras really got me. But other than that, we have Eshin Triads, Rat Ogres, a whole bunch of the 360 Skirmishers that recently got buffs, Night Runners and Gutter Runners. Night Runners didn't get buffs, but the Gutter Runners did. And then the Dwarf Thing Menace, Doom Flayers that were so good they got limited to 1 in here. So Skaven using a lot of their buffed units. For Blood Penguin and the Dark Elves trying to stay in it, we have Witch Elves and Black Ark Corsairs, very good against Skaven. Good build so far. Crows of Cain also quite solid. Dark Riders, Chill of Sontar. It's all really good stuff. This is just a very solid anti-Skaven build from the Dark Elves. But again, I think this matchup is Skaven favored in the game's current state. So I think the Dark Elves they're going to have to outplay to win. Even though their build is strong, this Skaven build is just stronger because of the buffs they got. Cold Knights hiding in the trees are going to jump out and surprise the Dogs and Rat Ogres. Wolf Rats taking damage while they're just standing around. If Dogs don't get the charge, their leadership is just so low that they'll rout instantaneously. Malekith taking a bit of damage, but he's going to Soul Stealer his way to safety as the Chill of Sontar also tries to get in here and do some stuff. Never mind, that wasn't a Soul Stealer for him. It was a Flensing Ruin from Ikit, putting Malekith further on the back foot. Now, the Cold One Knights, while they're getting just poked by a tremendous amount of these 360 Skirmishers, 360 Skirmishers are really what I think brought this Skaven up to the A tier, is the Gutter Runners getting a bit of buffs, and then having strong armored chariots that make your opponent waste money on armor piercing, because otherwise it's, I mean, Armor Piercing is generally useless against the Skaven. You have to bring some for the Doom Flayers. It just really helps Skaven out quite a lot. Dark Elves are down in the balance of power. Doom Flayers in here fighting against Malekith and all the boys, but they're 114 armor. Makes it quite difficult for the Dark Riders and the Dark Shards to get very much done against them. Their armor sundering also making it infinitely easier for the Night Runners and Gutter Runners if they're around. The armor sundering of the Dwarfling Menaces is really good on the flanks to help the Night Runners and Gutter Runners get more damage out. It's just a little tip for you there. But these guys do get isolated. They can't go completely YOLO as they now get surrounded. Malekith does enough damage to push them away. And Chill of Sontar is still running around. The Skaven are very much ahead. But if somehow Ikit gets in over his head, if he dies, for sure the Dark Elves can go back at this. But I think that is the criteria. I think Ikit has to die. I think if he survives, the Skaven just have enough bodies left, and the Dark Elves don't. But the Dark Elves will probably lose. And Ikit is well on his way towards that loss condition. A brutal Soul Stealer plus multiple rear charges from Malekith takes half his HP away as Ikit finally escapes. Now Ikit's fine, but losing half your HP in one exchange is pretty brutal. He's going to turn around. He doesn't want to abandon his forces to these Witch Elves as they're just jumping in, and they pop Witch Brew. If their leadership can hold, they will slaughter this Skaven blob. So let's see if their leadership does hold. It looks like it will so far, and the Chill of Sontar gets into a bit of fight with Ikit. Ikit doesn't want to be here anymore. He runs away, getting chomped on in the rear, and does it breath attack him as he runs? I would be so curious. But there's a Brass Orb to try and stop the slaughter of the Witch Elves. The Crows of Cain also rear charge those. These Ratogers in a bit of a dire strait, and Blood Penguin is dragging this game back into contention. He's really trying to stay in it. I still think the Skaven are favored. I'm not saying the Dark Elves are ahead, but he is making some good plays to try and stay in this game. Chill of Sontar comes over to bail out Malekith, tear out everything away, but the Night Runners are still just kind of poking down these guys. And again, the Dark Elves fading slightly. Now, if we get into a late game where the Gutter Runners have no ammunition, that's another Soul Stealer. If the Gutter Runners have no ammunition and they have to kill an entire Chill of Sontar, who Lord knows how much of its healing cap it has left, and then Malekith gets pretty healthy from some Soul Stealers for a bit, Dark Elves can win this. So I think the ammo usage for the Gutter Runners needs to be kind of on point here. I think they should probably throw it the Chill. It's a taller target. No, don't throw it Witch Elves that are already routing. You desperately need that ammo, bro. Oh, whatever. Anyway, I hope they throw out the Chill of Sontar with their ammo. Malekith is short, shielded, and he has missile resistance and physical resistance. You just got to start poking down the Chill, because it's just gonna heal cap. There's no shot that that thing doesn't heal cap, unless like army losses hits. But you're not gonna like route it or kill it before it like heals or something like that. It's not Tyrion. It's going to heal cap. So you just need to start working on those HP pools. As the Chill of Sontar does throw a breath attack down the line against these guys, gets a good little bit of poke in, and now it's probably going to follow up with a charge as it like always does. Still have a full health Wolf Rat in the distance that is doing a good job for Gentle Rat, making sure none of the Dark Elves return to the fight. But it's largely just about Malekith and the Chill of Sontar. That's all that's left. But for this Skaven, man, I mean, we have a full health Night Runner with no ammo. A full health Night Runner with no ammo. A full health dog that'll rout at the first sign of trouble, and it gets pretty low. This is actually getting a little scary for the Skaven. I'd still say they're ahead for now, but it's getting a little scary. The Dwarfling Menace tries to fight Malekith, but they're just holding in place so he can't dodge the Flensing Ruin. You can't dodge a Flensing Ruin! I know, but it was still fun to say. Ikit takes a bit of overcast damage as Malekith's going to try and get out with a really brutal Gaze of Malice. Takes a ton of damage onto those guys, but if he doesn't have a Soul Stealer right now, he's probably going to die to the Flensing Ruin plus the Rat Overcharge. There's still 30 seconds left in that Flensing Ruin, and he doesn't have 30 seconds of life. I don't see a Soul Stealer coming out. It looks like Malekith's going to go down, and with him, the fate of the Dark Elves and Blood Penguin will also probably go. He is dead. And the Chill can't beat all of these guys because it is just a wild animal. Even though it's a regiment of renown, it still has pretty low leadership as far as, like, broad spectrum of units of its cost department. So once it gets low enough, army losses is probably going to hit, and it won't get its heal procs. Because I think if it's unbreakable, and army losses never hits, right? If it's unbreakable, the Chill might be able to clutch this out, but with the actual state of things, as its leadership's dipping, as balance of power's dipping, there is no hope left for the Dark Elves here. As all the Skaven leadership bars are blinking, it's not going to be enough. They will prove victorious in a 2-0 win from Gentle Rat over Blood Penguin. Doomflayers are meta now? Yeah, dude. They're very meta. They're very, very strong. We had to limit them to 1 on our Discord. Rat Ogres did very well. The skirmish units all doing nicely, considering you factor in something's price when you ask whether it did well or not. So 350 for a 450 gold unit, and it still had plenty of health left in the late game. It did well. If it was worth 900 gold, then I wouldn't say it did well. Eshin Triads did fine. Skaven Slaves got wrecked. Ikit Claw did very well against single entities. And the Dwarf Thing Menace, it only got 500 value, but still, they are very strong. And just, like, the concept of Skaven having a working armored chariot makes you bring armor piercing you might not otherwise. One of the reasons I was so down on the Skaven, and this is just a general point, if you didn't watch the tier list video, really quick. One of the reasons I was so down on the Skaven is everything they had was low leadership and light armor. Pretty much across the board. All the armored stuff they had was trash. And then what happened in the patch? Gutter Runners got buffed, which they're already a good unit, and they got buffed, which they didn't need that, but sure. I mean, I'll take it, but they didn't need it. But the two big things that really bumped Skaven up for me is Storm Vermin are good now. They're good. They're not OP, but they are very good. And Doomflayers are good. So now you have to worry about, what if the enemy frontline is high leadership and armored? What if the enemy mobility, instead of Rat Ogres, which are low armor, what if the enemy mobility is Doomflayers, which are high armor? So now you're bringing armor-piercing cav. Now you're bringing armor-piercing missiles. Now you're bringing armor-piercing frontlines. And you have to spend more gold because what I might bring. So the fact that the Skaven's different units are better brings them way up the tier list because the threats are there. Where previously, Skaven have a lot of threats, don't get me wrong. Wolf Rats have always been good. I've never said they weren't. Rat Ogres have always been good. I never said they weren't. Night Runners have been good for a while. Gutter Runners have been good for a while. Warp Lightning Cannons have been good for a while. Clan Rats have been good for a while. But all of those things are light armor. All of those things are low leadership. So it's like, bring leadership debuff spells, bring things with high weapon strength and low armor piercing, and you've countered everything the Skaven had that were good until this patch. And now it's like, oh, you can't just take a crowbar and lever the one thing I'm weak at. Now you have to build a diverse army? Skaven are gonna murder you! So that's why my opinion went from, like, C tier to A. Is just the flexibility Skaven can bring now have put so many people on notice, and it really helps them a lot. Malekith did really well. His Hydra, like, it's not going to get a ton of value, but it was that scary terror piece that almost won him the late game. That final Flensing Ruin is what decided the game. Because as you saw, even when the Hydra was completely alone at the end, the Skaven were routing away from it. And the only things on the battlefield that could withstand it were 2 Night Runners with a lot of HP but no ammo. And the Chill of Sontar could have ground through them without issue. Like, the Chill of Sontar was a good win condition, but Malekith dying just tipped the balance of power and its leadership too far against it. Witch Elves do fine here, especially if they pop their little Witch Rage. They can get through the front line pretty quickly. So, it was a good build from Blood Penguin, but I think this matchup is Skaven favored, and Gentle Rat played the heck out of it. I almost said the S word, but I didn't. So Gentle Rat played really well in a favored matchup, and I think that's just how he came out on top. All right, where did Gentle Rat land in the bracket? He landed there. Gentle Rat joins our top 8. Again, I'm not going to fight with this too much. I'm just going to get it roughly in the right spot and leave it alone. Because Photoshop be crazy. Gentle rat. A rat that is so gentle, it's a rat. Gentle rat, gentle. That rat right there, gentle. Next up, Berserk versus Energized. One of these two goes to the top 8. Berserk is currently maybe the best player. Him or Alfred. If I had to just, like, gun to my head, out of the 127 players who signed up, who is the best, who's going to win this tournament, I'd probably go with Berserk or Alfred. So he's one of the tournament favorites versus Energized. Energized hadn't been playing for a while, but he was one of those really good players back in, like, the Warhammer 2 heyday. Energized was around. He was a character I really enjoyed watching back then. So when he popped up, and he popped up like specifically to play in my Warpstone Cup, I was actually really excited. Kind of okay. It feels a little too nerdy to say honored, but I was a little honored where I'm like, oh, like you literally just came back to do this thing I set up. That's cool. So Energized, I wasn't sure what form he would be in, and he was kicking a lot of butt out there. So this is a good fated matchup. Either of these players deserve to be in top 8. I would have to say Berserk is the favorite, but not by so much it's unattainable. I would just, like, give him, like, 60-40 odds in this matchup. Because I'm trying to... Why I'm bothering to say all this is if you don't know who Energized is, but you know who Berserk is, you might think this is one-sided. And I'm trying to tell you, Energized is pretty good. Like, it wouldn't blow my mind if he won this best of 3, but if you've only started watching my channel Warhammer 3, you'd be like, Berserk has got this super easy. Alright. So, for Berserk, Warriors of Chaos to start us off, we have 2 Marauder Horse Masters, Archaon the Ever-Chosen, Chaos Knights of Nurgle with the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, Fleshy Abundance, backing him up, Armored Chaos Trolls, Forsaken, and Marauders with Great Weapons moving up through the woods. We also have some Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch and Chaos Warhounds. For the Dark Elves of Energized, Malice Darkblade in the woods, Dark Riders and Cold One Knights with some Dark Rider Peter crossbows, front line of Dreadspears, and Harganeth Executioners. Then we do have a Shadows Caster with just Melkots and Feebling Foe. What other units are limited to 1? Steam Tanks. Dark Rider Peter crossbows bail out of fighting against the Chaos Warhounds. They don't want it, and then they instead move up their Cold One Knights to just dissuade those guys. The Cold Knights will probably turn around any second now, but they just wanted to get those dogs away from here. But I doubt they really want to chase in the Skirmish Cav. I wonder if they're waiting for a volley from the Horsemen before they turn around so they can at least make them waste it. But there they go. They're turning. Skirmish Cav is good now. It's always been kind of okay. It has been getting better patch by patch, just like due to the nature of where the meta's going. But Skirmish Cav is one of those units that definitely scales with skill. And when you get to the highest of the high skilled matchups, you're going to get more Skirmish Cav. Because they're just so... Top tier players are so good at getting every last drop of value out of them. Where it's like you're paying for ammunition, mobility, and hybrid melee stats. But if you go too hard into any one thing... I was commenting on a recent new player tournament, I was saying this. If you buy Skirmish Cav and then you just use all of their ammo and don't do anything after that, it's like you just paid so much money for a pretty meh mobile archer unit, and that's not worth it. But the top tier players are so good at recognizing when they can go into melee or when they should be shooting, what they should be shooting, how to get the best hits in for their money, how to buy space, and then how to use these guys to chase anything off the map to make sure it never rallies. Like, they're just so good at using every aspect of the unit that they get more than its gold value out, which is why they want to take it. It's also usually... I made this argument in my Conquest video. I'm just watching the skirmish happen. If you really want me to say, they fired, they missed, they fired, they missed, I can. But if you watch my Conquest video, I was talking about why you don't see a lot of blobs in high-tier land battle play. It's because of agency. When you're one of the best players in the world, you know your micro is really good, and you know you want to be able to punish your opponent's mistakes, and blobs are just relying on stats. And it's like, I'm going to just outstat you. But so much of this game isn't about stats. It's about unit management. Like, your stats on a charge, right? With these Cold One Knights, look at them. 29 melee attack, but on a charge, they get 44 charge bonus. So if you're good about microing, charge in, charge out, charge in, charge out, you can get so much more out of them, and a blob you can't. You can't play better with a blob. You can make massive mistakes, which these players of this caliber aren't going to, but you can't, like, play so good your blob is suddenly better than it is. It is what it is. It's a set point. And if your opponent can overcome it, they can win. As we saw earlier with Butcherbird versus Alfredino, and Bird was saying in the chat, something I didn't even know, is that you can dodge bloated corpses if your micro is fast enough. And he did it once. Out of, like, the 2 things we saw, he did it once. So it's things like that, where high-level players just want as much agency as they can get, because they can get so much more out of their units because they don't make mistakes. And I keep saying they. I'm not trying to put myself in that category. I'm not going to be on stream today. I didn't even make it close to the top 8. But I've watched a lot of games with the top players, and it's like, all right, there's some through lines here. So we are just having a bit of a skirmish phase, both sides taking a lot of damage. Berserk has a way worse front line than the Dark Elves, with 2 Harganeth Executioners, Malice, and a bunch of armor-piercing cav. Berserk really needs to get as much value as he can out of this early stage. And the Dark Elves right now are just trying to figure out what they should be doing, because they don't want to march blindly into this area and get massacred, but they're also having a pretty bad time with the skirmish. In comes a big Overcast of Searing Doom from Archaon to bail himself out. He says, "Let me go, or I will kill all of you." And he deletes a Cold One Knight, making him run away. But Archaon is losing the fight against Malice, enfeebling foe, plus all the support that was nearby, just making this not a fair fight. So he is going to run away while Slayers of King is active. Did take a little bit of damage, but overall that was a winning fight for the Warriors of Chaos. And I think the Dark Elves pretty soon are going to get going. I think they're going to start realizing that this phase is not going their way, and they've got to try and find a fight with the Hargoneth Executioners. But this is something where artillery is useful. And I know Reaper Bolt Throwers aren't amazing, but if you can just put your opponent on a timer and it's like, listen, if you want to futz around a skirmish cav and stuff, my Bolt Throwers are just going to be poking at you constantly. That is one way to turn things in your favor. But right now it's like his skirmish cav is outclassed and his infantry will just get kited. So he's kind of at a loss for like ways to push the game forward. Now this is a little weird from Berserk. I don't know why this Nurgle caster is in here. Chaos Trolls are backing up the charge. Sure, that's fine, but I really don't know what he's trying to achieve with this Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle just charging straight into Malice Darkblade. Shockingly, Malice hasn't hit him. With 60 melee attack versus the 48 melee defense of this guy, he has missed like every attack, and that is insanely unlucky for Energized, but I don't know what Berserk's plan was. This is much better. 2v1ing single entities versus Malice is really, really good. They're maybe going to get his Zarkan transformation. And the rate this game is going, where it's extremely slow and skirmish heavy, getting him transformed into Zarkan just starts that ticking timer until the demon kills himself off, which is very important. Hargoneth Executioner is trying to get involved as Berserk's front line now decides to come out and play. In the distance, we have Chaos Knights of Nurgle losing a fight against the Dark Elf Skirmish Cav, but I am really interested in what's going to happen with this Malice fight. He's trying to cling to his mortal form as long as he can without transforming, but he's going to have to. Archaon's really forcing this issue. Down to 12 melee defense for Archaon, though, with the Enfeebling Foe and the Demon's Curse, and this is a disaster. Malice is routing. He cannot transform if he's routing. Thankfully, it looks like he's going to get enough distance. Cold One Knight's peeling for him enough that his terror route won't turn into a normal route. Archaon's going to go fight him, but Malice should be okay. He's back in Energized control, so he won't get routed off the map without turning into the Zarkan. But he needs to turn now. If he naturally routes, it is over. Malice taking big hits. Archaon's fighting all alone, and Murderous Prowess / Murderous Mastery is out, giving Malice more stats, especially leadership, which he really needed. Now he's fighting back against Archaon. I know I haven't moved away from this Lord duel. There is something going on over here, and I do want to check it out briefly, but that Lord duel is so key to how this game's going to go. All right, we have Dreadspears fighting Marauders Grey Opens. That doesn't matter. We have Skirmish Cav of the Dark Elves that were pursuing their Warriors of Chaos counterparts who are out of ammunition, but Berserk looks like he took an engagement here with Chaos Knights of Nurgle and Chaos Warhounds and stuff. And can I just say, again, these two players, so good. And I'm not trying to just be like, look how good they are so I can, like, validate how cool this stream is. But, like, they're microing a Cav fight pretty effectively while this is going on so far away. Do you know what would happen if my Cav was over there? Nothing. My Cav would all be dead because I would be here. So I don't know if Energized isn't paying attention or if he is paying attention to this Lord duel and just isn't transforming Malice because he knows he'll be okay and waiting for that last second. But he's playing this chicken of last second while there's a whole Cav fight that he's also microing. That's insane. Just so you know. Malice needs to transform now. He is watching! He's watching both! In comes to Zarkan, but now is Berserk watching both? He is, because he immediately starts to run away. Doesn't want to fight Zarkan while he's also getting debuffed. Meanwhile, the Hargoneth Executioners are absolutely slaughtering some Forsaken and Marauders with great weapons. Zarkan is out, and he is running for it. He, being Archaon, is running for it. But that is what Berserk wanted. He just wanted to pop Zarkan and get away from here. Balance of power is in the Dark Elf's favor, but their Lord did just go back to full HP, which is a little bit artificial. But for the cost, Berserk's collapse on the top side comes to fruition. The Skirmish Cav and the Light Cavalry were not up to the task of fighting Chaos Knights of Nurgle and Marauders and Skirmish Cav and Dogs. They do get pushed off the map. A pretty bad loss for the Dark Elves on that top side, but they did very well on this front line. Hargoneth Executioners over here fighting it out against armored Chaos Trolls and Marauders with great weapons. They're fine with all that. Their armor piercing values are high enough that they're taking this 2v1 and actually doing pretty well with it. Archaon's even going to dive in just briefly. Will, just for the memes, you want Alfredino or Berserk to show up in a new player tournament? That would be awful. That would be a terrible time for those new players. Oh, that's going to be a horrendous Ransom Visitation. Sorry, Fleshy Abundance Overcast, as like half of the Warriors of Chaos army just got caught in it, which, I mean, like, horrendous for the Dark Elves and for my sanity, but great for the Warriors of Chaos. So much healing. Another Searing Doom pushes down the Hargonth Executioners, and the Dark Elves are feeling the burn right now. Malice is desperately trying to make his impact on this game as quickly as he can. They still have a healthy Bleak Sword, they have a healthy Hargonth Executioner, they have a very healthy Caster, and for now, Zarkan's healthy. But the problem is the Warriors of Chaos are spreading out. They're drawing you around the map, they're going to start cycle charging your guys, while they feed in people slowly to die to Zarkan. And then Archaon will charge in whenever he has Slayer of Kings up. So he can just charge in, get a bunch of impactful attacks, and then back off while his cooldowns are up. Berserk has complete control of this game, and I really wonder if Energized can do anything to change the state of it, but... Is Zarkan demonic? No, he's unbreakable. He's different. I mean, he is a demon, but he doesn't have the demonic trait. And again, I'm going to bring it up, because I think KBH was baiting me earlier and just joking, but this is where Conquest and land battles are different at the top levels. Sorry. Something very important is happening, but I just started this point, and I do think it's an important point. When I say Conquest and land battles are different, I'm not trying to say one's better than the other, but at this situation, if you're playing Conquest, I would actually say the Dark Elves are favored, because now Berserk has to do something about a full health, at the time, Hargonth Executioner and a full health Zarkan, who could just walk to the point and sit there and be like, you have to fight me. Whereas in land battles, Berserk's mastery of the battlefield, he has so much more land space than the Dark Elves control. He can just walk around, pick engagements he wants, and pick apart the Dark Elves because he already took out all of their agency in the matchup. They're just different. Depends on what you prefer. Malice, like I said though, Archaon just waited until Slayer of Kings was up before taking a fight, and as soon as it wears off, he's probably going to back off to Zarkan taking a crazy amount of damage, so that his healing cap's already in sight, and he has a good amount of healing to go, but there's only so much he can do about it, popping some buffs, but a really nice Searing Doom will take out this other Hargonth Executioner. Actually not doing as much damage as I thought, but still, good amount. Archaon, Slayer of Kings is down. How long do you want to stay in this fight on top of enemy infantry? Probably not long. He is taking a bunch of poke, and Archaon traditionally doesn't have healing, but he did bring that Nurgle caster with him. So he has Fleshy Abundance to back him up if he needs it. Zarkan is taking a bunch of damage. It looks like Berserk is just going for the kill now, deciding that this game is over. He is just going to continue to fight Malice, even though it is not efficient for Archaon to be taking this trade right now. He's like, I'm so far ahead, I just want this game to be done. Stream of Corruption down the line to trigger army losses as Malice dies, and that is GG. A very good game from both these players. Very, very good. 4,300 for Archaon, the Everchosen. Everything else, middling value. Skirmish Cav did fine, but not anything crazy to write home about. For Energized, Malice did alright. His Hargonth Executioners, whenever they got into a fight, they could win it, but Berserk just denied that fight for so long. Cold Knights did okay, his Cav did okay. Stop listing reasons why Conquest is better. Oh, it's true. It's true. I'm just defending my point that I said it was different, and people were like, taking a dump on me. See how I avoided swearing again? People are just taking a dump on me for like, LT, Conquest is better in every single way. And it's like, no, it's just like different. Depends on what you want out of a game, which is fine. Like, game modes should provide different things. Otherwise, why have different game modes? But if you want to value... If you want to value controlling a specific point on the map, Conquest is better. If you want to value battlefield control, land battles is better. For quick battle, Conquest is amazing, because then you don't have to deal with nearly as many jerks who just don't want to have fun. Alright, for game 2 between these guys, another game of High Elves, but now our first Cathay of the day? I think that's our first Cathay of the day. Why Dark Elves not kite here in the days of old? He was kind of trying to with 3 repeater crossbows, but Berserk had like 6 skirmish cavs, so he just got kind of outdone there. Alright, will Berserk 2-0 his way into top 8, or will Energized strike back? We have Zhao Ming with just his Dragon's Breath spell thing. Then a bunch of Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen. We have a Sky Junk, an Alchemist with Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. And then a bunch of Peasant Long Spears, 4 Iron Hail Gunners, and more cavalry on the south side. So a very cav-heavy, aggressive Cathay build. Doesn't Conquent limit options to abusers, but also creativity? Yes, but our Discord also just has house rules to not be a jerk. So we generally deal with most cheese. And some people just don't want to deal with rules, and that's fine. But it's like, hey, we have this Discord server. If you want to play land battles and just, like, handshake agree not to be a jerk about things, we're here for you. If you don't want to do that, then Conquest is probably the better quick battle mode, because it just stops people from camping or being dumb. On the High Elf side, we have Frostheart Phoenixes, Moon Dragon, Alariel the Radiant with Tempest, Earthblood, and Foz protection for his spells, and then a front line of White Lions of Krace with some Illyrian Reavers and Spearmen. The High Elves just going to walk forward, and they have a far superior front line. Peasant Longspears will not last long at all versus these White Lions. Frostheart Phoenix is going to start poking Xiaoming a bit, and our Moon Dragon gets his first breath attack out on the Iron Hill Gunners, getting pretty solid damage, but now it needs to dodge before they get their counter shot in. A bit of a shot, and they managed not to rout, but as they're reforming lines, the Moon Dragon does need to keep moving. For now, the High Elves just ignoring the Sky Junk, don't want to commit one of their expensive single entities to fighting it up in the sky for no reason. And Illyrian Reavers, realizing they're completely outgunned in the cavalry department, just dive through the front line and try and take out some of these Iron Hill Gunners first, though Berserk does pull in some Jade Lancers to stop them in that effort. Alariel is also here to stop Iron Hill Gunners. He even gives her Moon Dragon Foz protection for a bit more armor and melee defense. Jade Lancers trying to surround it. Have another text. What is it about? Is it important? Okay. Literally said it's nothing urgent. And then the dog's shaking in the distance, and I'm like, is someone here? And if so, I have to deal with that. Anyway, Skyjunk firing back, but the High Elves have thoroughly flooded the backline of Grand Cathay. Their Iron Hill Gunners are going to have an impossibly hard task of finding anywhere to stand and shoot. Though, as I say that, one does manage to get a little bit of safety and is firing at the Frostheart Phoenix. Frostheart Phoenix and Phoenixes in general are quite hard to hit with ranged units, but still, it is good pressure, and if it sat there fighting the Skyjunk forever, you would take it out, so it is going to back off. Good job defending the Skyjunk there. Zhao Ming also doing his best to provide some terror and do work. And as the High Elf infantry is winning, the Grand Cathay cavalry is starting to show its value as they are running down anybody. Anybody they get their hands on. They've already routed one White Lion. The other one's about to have a bad time. Illyrian Reaver is stuck fighting Jade Lancers, and Zhao Ming going to have a bad time. Iron Hill Gunners under attack, but they are finding the time to sit and shoot at the Moon Dragon for just a second before they have to run away from these Spearmen and White Lions that are closing in on them. Still have 3 Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen? No, all 3 of these Jade Lancers that are trying to give them a little bit of space. High Elves down to the balance of power for now. They do have abundant healing, a Star of Avalorn right now under the 3 important single entities as they fight through some spears. Grand Cathay's front line is a spent force for the most part. They have like 1 half-health spear, a second at about a 3rd HP-ish. Their backline has also been damaged, but Berserk's cavalry and his own single entities are both very healthy. I do wonder, without Final Transmutation, how good Zhao Ming and his Alchemist pal will be at stopping these single entities from doing whatever they want. The Skyjunk also won't do much damage to them at all. So we'll have to see. But there's still 1 Iron Hail Gunner that Berserk has managed to keep fully functional. He's trying to shoot the Moon Dragon, though the Frostheart Phoenix is now in their line of sight. Doesn't look like they're going to stop. They're just going to go for the Moon Dragon, but the Frostheart Phoenix will stop them from that effort. Land on him. Do want to see some good damage on the charge, and now it gets surrounded by cavalry. Does the Moon Dragon peel away to get a breath attack or not? Oh, it might be going for breath attack on these Iron Hails. I think that's what it's setting up for, is the Iron Hails are massacring a Spearman. They turn a little bit, and the Moon Dragon's like, stop it. Let me get the perfect angle so I can delete you. He's going to have to go with a good angle, not the perfect one, but he realizes that Berserk's just going to dodge anyway. So, gets a good shot out. Now the Moon Dragon is running away before those Iron Hails can reform lines. Meanwhile, these other Iron Hills have escaped the Frostheart Phoenix using Peasant Longspears to keep themselves safe, and they harass Alariel. Again, the management of so many different things across the battlefield is very, very good here from both players, but especially Berserk is quite impressive, with just making sure all of his stuff's always moving, always doing something. Alchemist takes a quick fight with the Frostheart Phoenix and a bunch of Jade Lancers, as again, the Iron Hail Gunners get away to safety. Alariel goes back to poking the Skyjunk, though I really don't know how much of your concern it honestly is. The Skyjunk has already killed most of the stuff that it even can. So I wonder if Alariel and every other flyer should just be focusing on the Iron Hail Gunners to try and get themselves some superiority here. Iron Hail shooting sideways at Larry. She's going to try and run away now that Zhao Ming is here. And the Moon Dragon is free and clear to do whatever it wants. How many breath attacks do you have left, my friend? One. One breath attack left for the Moon Dragon. Hao's falling further behind on the balance power. They have a couple infantry units running around, but most of them are pretty injured. Frostheart Phoenix taking a couple volleys from Iron Hail gunners up on the high ground. He's about to charge them, but if they get one more volley in his face, he's going to rout. Not fast enough. Frostheart Phoenix stops those guys from shooting. The other Iron Hail's trying to reform lines, trying to get to that Moon Dragon. They do pivot. They get a nasty volley on the way in. He does get in. He lands, but still, that was a really solid volley. And the Frostheart Phoenix finds itself surrounded for like the 90th time. Wherever this guy lands, Berserk's Jade Lancers and Alchemists are ready to answer it. Sky Junk firing sideways down some Spearmen, going to take them out. Trying to get rid of any High Elves that can support their single entities. And what I wouldn't give for a blob punishment spell right there. Just like Searing Doom or something. Kill them all off. But Lariel's here to provide Earthblood for herself, and the Frostheart Phoenix wanted to fly over and give it to multiple units at the same time while she lands in on the Iron Hail Gunner just to disrupt them yet again. And on the low ground, the Moon Dragon is caught. He's getting shot at by these Iron Hails whenever they have time. And he's surrounded in spears, and he's surrounded in cav. And that's a Plague of Rust? No, it's Faw's protection, but it's not going to be enough. He's getting gunned down. He's going to rout any second now. And when he routs, that means he flies up into the sky right in front of the Iron Hails and dies. Alariel and the Frostheart Phoenix fighting back-to-back, but a Plague of Rust onto him, and she doesn't even need a Plague of Rust. She only has 30 armor in the first place. Zhao Ming's just going for the kill on that front. Moon Dragon's still trying to fight it out on the low ground. Does stop the Iron Hails, but again, there's more Peasant Long Spears coming to poke him in the side. There's more Jade Lancers to just lock him down. And it's too much attrition. Moon Dragon has to fight too many things at the same time. Its leadership tanks. It's about to rout. Another Star of Avalorn is trying to keep the High Elves in this game. Balance of power is tipping against them. But it is looking like a Berserk win. It is looking like a Berserk going to top 8. Conquest is superior in every single way. See, I feel like Cuden, I feel like you're falling bait to Patrick's trolling. Because that boy is straight trolling. Iron Hails just never seem to work out. Nah, dude, Iron Hails are amazing. 1,700 value on this Iron Hail. 1,700. Trying to line up the shot right now, but Jade Lancers are actually in the way. But I think Berserk is just trying to keep the Moon Dragon on the ground for as long as possible, even if he blocks his own Iron Hails. Zhao Ming is going to clean up the Frostheart Phoenix and Lariel, who are both like heal capped. Cathay has more troops around. Cathay has healthier single entities. Cathay is going to win. Have there been any 3-game series yet? Yeah, there was one between you and Alfred. Yeah, you were there for that one. There was another one too. I'm just trying to remember it. Blood Penguin Gentle Rat was 2-0. Stinger's Rider was 2-0. Alfred Bird was 3-1. Sorry, 2-1. Energized Berserk looking like a 2-0. How do you think they make ramen bowls in Cathay? Isn't that more of a Nippon thing? Yeah. Energized trying to fight to the very end, and I respect it. But I really don't know what he can achieve. I think he's literally down to 2. No, 22. What's not shattered yet? Oh, there's some White Lions trying to come back. 19 of them. There's Iron Hails aim downhill, ready to hit a Lariel if she ever gets open. They will get flanked by the White Lions, though. They don't see him coming. And Zhao Ming's like, come on, just give up, bro. I can kill you at any time. Peasant Horsemen do charge uphill. They see the White Lions coming. And then the Iron Hails are free and clear to still shoot. Larry's going to try and disrupt him. They can get a little bit of a shot off here. At this point, it is doomed, so I will play it at ×2 speed as we watch 2 Eagles try and carry, but we know that's not going to be the case. GG. It would have been quicker with a conquest battle, yes, but it also does reward blob playstyles because all you have to do is control a single point, so giving up agency everywhere else on the map is fine. And I really don't like casting blobs. Now, I'm not saying every conquest game mode, not every conquest game is going to be a blob, but it is like, blobbing is a legitimate way to win in that game mode, whereas land battles, it's like, the timer won't run out, so your blob can just slowly get picked apart. It's just different. Again, I'm not trying to shit on it. It's just like, I'm responding. What sucks is I end up responding mostly to comments that are like, Conquest is superior to land battles in every way. So then I end up saying negative things about Conquest just because I'm like, well, no, land battles is better at this and this, while Conquest is better at this and this. And it's like, they're just different. But I'm always on the side of defending land battles because the comments are always like, you know, land battles is dead and Conquest is the future. And it's like, oh, well, I don't believe that, but here's why. So it sucks that my commentary ends up being mostly shitting on Conquest because I'm trying to defend land battles, but it's like, yeah, kiting is worse, boxing is worse on Conquest, while blobbing and hero hammer are better on Conquest. So it's just depends on what you value and don't value. But for quick battle, I won't pretend, you know, I won't pretend anything. For quick battle Conquest, I would play that over land battles all day because, like, you run into people who are just jerks and don't want to be any fun. All right. Berserk is in the top 8, and he fights Alfredino. That is going to be a really good best of 5. I am also curious if... I think whoever wins that best of 5 is going to win the whole tournament, and I really wonder if anybody can stand up to them. We'll see. But that is tough stuff. The top 8 was just randomly seeded, so sometimes shit happens. All right, how many do I have left? 3 more? Okay. Where am I looking here? Okay, dokie. So this one, well, it's tricky. I'll do that one last. No, mouse. Mouse, I need you to keep working. There we go. We have ODM Sir Groot versus Raced. 2 very good players as well. Bop. Bop. More Chaos Dwarves, more Bretonia. Does he have the Flames of Asgore? Does he know the tech?
Need is dire, so be on your guard.
That's a swear. Wait, did I? Oh, yeah, you guys caught me there. Yep. Yeah, alright. I got caught up with you guys. What do we have here? So Sir Groot on Bretonia versus the Chaos Dwarves of Raced. For Bretonia, we have some Grail Knights with Spearmen at Arms front lines, Questing Knights as well for that extra armor piercing. And then we do have a Royal Hippogriff Knight in the sky, a Healing Caster, and Lewin Lane Kerr. On the other side, we have Orc Laborers and Goblin Laborers around for a front line. Pretty standard stuff. Then Infernal Guard with Fireglaves, the Granite Guard, and more Blunderbusses. So a similar army composition to what we saw before. There is also an Iron Demon, and there is a Sorcerer Prophet of Death with Fate of Unit and Spirit Leech. So pretty similar army style from Raced as what we saw the Gentle Rat take versus Blood Penguin. While Sir Groot went with a very different tactic. Grail Knights, Healing, Questing Knights, Hippogriff Knights, Lewin. Just much more focusing on what Bretonia is known for. They're crazy heavy cav and trying to abuse healing. It's gonna do its best here. Is facing a lot of armor-piercing missiles. Bretonia is just setting up a surround. Unlike the Gentle Rats build, the Chaos Dwarves don't have a Magma Cannon that's constantly poking at Bretonia and forcing them to get engaged faster, so they're just taking their time and moving around the flanks going to surround the Chaos Dwarves so they can attack from multiple angles at once. But since it's a replay, I can fast forward. Whee! Iron Demon goes for a bit of a jaunt, but then it's going to back off. Doesn't want to get caught by Grail Knights out in the middle of nowhere. And now Race realizes that he needs to stop backing up and probably go forward and just attack something. Instead, he just sets up. He's going to keep advancing a little bit. And Bretonnia is now thoroughly behind them, which is going to be problematic. Your Goblin Laborers will crumple instantly under a Knight's charge. So if Sir Groot pulls it off correctly, he's going to come in from every angle at once, and maybe one of his Knights will get deleted by all the shooting, but most of them will be fine. And if you can just get all of these ranged units into melee, you'll probably win the game. Hippogriff Knights are so cool. They are very cool. I wish healing wasn't so strong, but they are very cool. Flesh to Stone getting cast on them for 60% physical resistance, plus they have their 15% ward save. So they're just trying to go straight in, and look how little damage they're going to take from these blunderbusses shooting them right in the face. Yep, they don't care at all. They are getting shot by so many things, and they just dive straight in onto the Granite Guard. In comes the big collapse that Bretonnia has been setting up for 4 minutes. As the Chaos Dwarves could do nothing but watch it happen. A Fate of Buna is going to hit the Grail Knights. Maybe there will be a regrowth to counter it, maybe not. Flesh to Stone still doing as much work as possible for the Royal Hippogriff Knights as they are landing on every blunderbuss and fireglaive they can, and they're actually going to be the beneficiaries of the first regrowth of the game, trying to heal them up. That is a fine target, as Fate of Buna is also hurting the Grail Knights quite a lot, but, you know, somebody needs it, and the Hippogriff Knights could use the help. But there, Flesh to Stone finally wears off, and all of a sudden the damage comes in hot and heavy. So much damage from the Chaos Dwarves onto these elite knights. Now the lesser elite knights, the questing knights, and questing knights and questing knights and questing knights. They're trying to get more work done because they're not being shot right now, so they're just mucking everything up, stopping these guys from firing, stopping the damage from coming out. Neither of the front lines matter. 5 peasant mobs versus 5 orc laborers is not a real fight. No one's going to win. Lewin is on the ground. He's fighting the Iron Demon with Sword of Corona out and Knights nearby to help him out. He will be just fine. We have multiple routing Chaos Dwarf weapons teams. The balance of power is turning in Bretonia's favor, which is extra scary because they're a healing faction. They generally are fine dipping early and coming back later. If they're ahead early, you're in trouble later. I hear noises. Is someone in my house that shouldn't be in my house? Nope, we're still good. We're expecting a delivery that I have to open the door for, and it should be after the stream, but you never know if somebody's a little bit early. So questing knights getting in there, and while Infernal Guard are like hybrid halberds, hybrid is doing a lot of work in that sentence, and they don't really have the melee stats to stand and grind with armor-piercing cavalry that's charging straight at them. The Iron Demon's taking a lot of damage. Goblin Laborers are routing, and this is getting super concerning for the Chaos Dwarves. This is the other end of the spectrum. On one side, you have getting netted in Flame of Asgard. On the other side, you have getting surrounded and pummeled by just constantly charging horses, and none of your guys can stand and shoot for long enough to really stay in it. Another regrowth out for the Hippogriff Knights. They are at 10 out of 12 models, so still tons of healing left that they can receive. Looks like they'll probably heal cap any second now as these Infernal Guard are trying to get their shit together. I heard it. That's my bad. Infernal Guard are trying to get their line reformed. They are just going to get charged, and maybe they tear her out. Looks like they tear her out recently, because they definitely would have tear her out by now if they could. Yeah. At this point, I don't know if there's anything the Chaos Dwarves can do. They're down to just an Iron Demon and a Foot Caster. There is technically this Infernal Guard, but look at all the green bodies around them. They're never going to be able to set up and actually fire. So Bretonnia can take their time, heal all their important units, and come back at it different. Another Fate of Yuna's out, probably on the Grail Knights. Yes, those Grail Knights are dead. Fair. But you still have full health Lewin. You still have Questing Knights. You still have Hippogriff Knights. You're doing just fine. That is GG. Sir Groot going up 1-0, most likely. I haven't seen this game before. I know who wins the best of 3, but I haven't seen this game before. I'm just calling that based on a gut feeling, looking at how terrible the map state is for the Chaos Dwarves right now. Going to game 2. Raced is going to have to mount a heroic comeback. Down 1-0. No one has ever won a best of 3 down 1-0. Ever. This meta right now sucks for Raced, though, because he's a Kislev main, and I know that sounds crazy to say. He's a Kislev main, and Kislev is by far the best faction in the game. But that sucks for a main because he's never going to get to play them. People already ban them because they're too strong, and then they're especially going to ban them versus you because you're a specialist for him. So, Race never gets to play his favorite faction. Back to the Photoshop blocker as we go into game 2. Groot on Grand Cathay with Raced on the Dark Elves, and Raced is taking a bunch of poopy bolt throwers. Ah! You fool! You've fallen for my trap of picking bolt throwers, and they're garbage. You didn't global ban Kislev? Groots! Groots! What are you doing? Alright. For Groot, we have Zaytang, the Watcher, Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon with Final Transmutation and his Dragon Breath. We have 2 Jade Warrior Crossbows with shields, some Peasant Horsemen, 4 Croman, one of which is the Emperor's Croman, and then Jade Warrior Halberds and Peasant Long Spears in a boxy box. On the other side for the Dark Elves, we have 3 Reaper Bolt Throwers, a bunch of Cold One Knights, 1 is a Dread Knight, 2 are regulars, some Dark Riders, and then we have Black Ark Corsairs, Witch Elves, and Bleak Swords, with Malekith on his Dragon and Soul Stealer. Zaytang is charging up his laser. He fires it and wrecks 1 Bolt Thrower model. So the Bolt Throwers, out of their 12 starting models, 4 times 3, they still have 10. So they're doing pretty good. And they're all firing at Zaytang. Bolt Throwers lose another model as they continue to try and punish the Grand Sentinel of Cathay. Or Dark Elf Medusa is good versus Cathay Crewman. Not really. What is this map? It's Gorgazon, right? Yeah, it's Gorgazon. Can both center renders the Grey Opens contend with Brett Cav? Kinda. They don't want to take a naked fight with Grail Knights, but they can do okay versus Hippogriff Knights or anything else, but not Grail Knights specifically. Their bonus versus large is too long. As long as you're attacking, boxing is fine. Yeah, Zaytang is shooting. So are these crossbowmen. Zaytang's doing his best. Dodge some of the Reaper Bolt Thrower shots. They still have 9 out of their 12 starting models. And a big breath attack in from Malekith. Damages, I don't know what it was aiming for, but it kind of hit Zaytang. It kind of hit the Jade Warriors. And it messes with his reload skill. That's actually kind of funny. But Cathay, deciding they can't outshoot 3 Reaper Bolt Throwers with just Zaytang, are starting to move up. They're realizing that their box needs to move. What is that? Final Transmutation Overcast onto Malekith. Poking him a little bit. As he counters Soul Stealers, hits a whole bunch of stuff, including Zaytang. So Dark Elves are loving this early game. And what are the Onyx Crowmen going to do? I mean, clearly they're going to dive onto the Bolt Throwers, but are the Dark Elves quick enough to react that they'll punish that? And Onyx Crowmen aren't exactly chaff. I think they're 650 apiece, right? Like, if they all just die diving on some Reaper Bolt Throwers, that could get real bad real fast. Malekith even forces himself to land. These other Onyx Crowmen come with him. No Cold One Knights are around to actually punish that moment, though. And Race is more than content to just sit back with his Bolt Throwers and continue to hurt Zaytang. He's gotten a lot of value out poking Zaytang. There are the Dark Riders to try and get the Onyx Crowmen. Most of them get back up in the sky. They're fine. The other Crowmen haven't committed onto the Bolt Throwers just yet. They really don't want to die just diving down on these guys. They're quite expensive. Like, it's a heavy commitment just to kill some Bolt Throwers. Now this is problematic for the Dark Elves. The Jade Warrior crossbows have gotten in range, and they can kill the Bolt Throwers super quickly now that they're in range. Standing archers are very good against artillery if you can get them in range. So usually the army with artillery needs to engage you far enough away that your archers can't just reach the Bolt Throwers. But the cavalry is trying to get involved. Cold One Dread Knights sneak through the front line. Groot's box has a hole in it now, and they are popping through. Peasant Long Spears are also starting to rout. Zaytang is going to die soon. He is a construct, so he'll start crumbling like undead do if he takes enough damage, which that is plenty of damage. He is going to crumble now. Malekith has Soul Stealer off cooldown, I guarantee it. So there's probably a Soul Stealer coming literally any second. As Zaytang is trying to fire his second use of his bow before he dies. The wind bow is out, and it did some decent damage to those Witch Elves. Malekith is going to run away. I am shocked he hasn't used Soul Stealer on that blob. Like, there's no way he doesn't have the Winds of Magic for it. There it is. He uses Soul Stealer on Zaytang, not content to just let him die. That feels like a spiteful Soul Stealer, but at least it still hit Zhao Ming, so that was kind of lucky from Race to hit the right target still, but that was definitely overcommitting onto Zaytang with that spell usage. For the Bolt Throwers, still 4 out of 4 models over here, 1 out of 4 over there, and then this crew is gone. The Onyx Chroman taking a lot of damage whenever they try to land on those guys. As far as the melee fight, we're going to watch these Shade Warriors get deleted by Malekith's Breath Attack. Arrgh, damage! Anyway, for the melee fight, Witch Elves and such are doing very well against Peasant Long Spears. Even with their Harmony buffs, they're just not... They're not that amazing. They're definitely too good for their cost, but they're not crazy amazing. They can beat, like, Bleak Swords and stuff. Malekith landing back on the Jade Warrior crossbows just as his Bleak Swords are coming through the front line. He's going to rout them off. They still provide Harmony while routing, so that will help these Peasant Long Spears stay in the fight for a little bit longer, but the Dark Elves are doing okay. Spread shot on the Reaper Bolt Thrower trying to punch this cluster, and yeah, that was a beautiful side shot down the line while they're clustered up. Really good stuff there. Looks like Chroman might be diving onto these guys, but Dark Riders are hanging back to kind of defend the Bolt Thrower crews if they're needed. More Terror Routes coming in away from the Dark Elves, and Zhao Ming needs to find some way to deal with Malekith, because Malekith is putting a hurt on this game. Meanwhile, Coldwood Knights and Blackheart Corsairs keeping this last single Bolt Thrower up and firing. The other Bolt Thrower with 4 models left is less defended, but still online for now. Cathay routing in most directions. Their last strength comes in a full health Zhao Ming, a full health Empress Chroman. That's about it. Everything else for them is pretty messed up. For the Dark Elves, you have a half-health Malekith who can heal himself up as Soul Stealer. You have a Bolt Thrower with a decent amount of ammo, but it is about to die to some Chroman pretty soon. And you have a pretty healthy Coldwood Knight, but it's fighting Zhao Ming and losing. Dark Elves sweeping up Cathay as they start to run away. And this Bolt Thrower is actually back online with 2 crews as well. Firing and doing good work. Malekith's Breath Attack down the line of the Jade Warrior Halberds while they're getting poked by Bolt Throwers. It's a lot of good damage, and the Dark Elves take a convincing lead on the Balanced Power for the first time this game. Before that, they were either behind or it was even. The Bolt Thrower on the right is actually all the way to the left. Oh, he's right. Look at the little Bolt Thrower go. They're running away. They have that bug where their flag stays back on a dead body. So, Cathay has no idea where the Bolt Thrower actually is. Another Dragon's Breath out from Zhao Ming trying to poke down the Blackheart Corsairs. It looks like the Onyx Chroman are coming in for a bit of a bird sandwich onto these hapless Corsairs who will probably rout instantaneously from that kind of attack. Yeah, they're not doing too good. Malekith takes a fight with Zhao Ming and is putting the hurt on him. 50-50 versus 60-50. Otherwise, pretty comparable stats. And that looks like a Soul Stealer. Oh no, and Zhao Ming flies into the Soul Stealer. 2-for-1 value on that. Malekith will heal up while the Onyx Chroman and Zhao Ming will take a bit of damage. This Bolt Thrower is still online, still firing as Coldwood Dread Knights sit around. Crows diving in onto them here and there as a Breath Attack comes down. But it looks like they're just doomed as Malekith flies up above, so even if they get into the sky, they are hunted down. And Cathay is in dire straits. 2 wounded Chroman, a very wounded Jade Halberd, and Zhao Ming, also quite wounded. Versus, you know, tattered Dark Elves. I won't pretend the Dark Elves are smelling like spring chickens either, but we still have some Bolt Throwers online constantly poking away at these guys. Malekith is showing his value here. 2,200 value and climbing as he gets more and more health from healing up. We still have some Golden Dread Knights with a good amount of HP. Have some Bleak Swords around. It's fine. Hi, David Hernando. How many votes do we have? Didn't someone donate and I didn't mention it? Hold on. Olaf the Moose with a €5 at the very start of the stream. I remember it, but I didn't comment on it. If you do good on the Not Swearing, you get another one at the end of the stream. Also, hope all the life stuff gets figured out. Hey, thanks, man. I didn't realize I was playing for keeps. What, have I sworn twice? I think I've sworn twice. Got it. Anyway, while I was distracted remembering that there was someone generously donating to me and I ignored them entirely because I'm a jerk, Zhao Ming did get his heal proc. But he's still fighting Malekith. He's still losing versus Malekith. And he is surrounded by Coldwood Dread Knights. Now his Onyx Chroman finally take out those Reaper Bolt Throwers. There's still 1 online. It's over here, very far away from its flag. No one knows it's here. The stealth bolt thrower that's firing at the Empress Croman. If the Empress Croman demonic instability crumble, I could see this being army losses. No, both would have to die. Okay, if the Empress Croman crumble, and then Zhao Ming takes one more hit from Malekith, that'll be army losses. There's the hit. Now I need the crumble. Come on. Come on. Zhao Ming took a second hit, so that's even further helping me. If the Empress Croman. They're not gonna demonic instability crumble in time. Zhao Ming's taking too much damage. It's gonna army loss without him. In the battle of dragon versus dragon, original dragon is better than new dragon. How can you send the replays? There's a replays folder and you just drag the file into someone's Discord. You can ask around my Discord and people help you. I could take the time right now, but I gotta keep going with this because I've taken too many breaks from the stream already to answer some important phone calls, but that really hurt our viewership, so I'm also not gonna distract further. There are patient people that have been with me this whole time, and they're like, dude, just focus. Focus, brother. Malekith got insane value, 3,200, and then his bolt throwers actually did okay. I'm surprised how little some of them got on value, but their models got taken out quickly by Zaytang. I can appreciate that. Raced, bringing us back to 1-1. But don't worry, guys. Nobody's ever done a reverse of a best of 3. If someone wins game 1, it's just over, so don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. He couldn't possibly turn around a series. Oh, Sir Groot in the chat saying he didn't ban Kislev, so we get a Kislev mirror in the final game of this best of 3. Mother O Stankia, the old hotness versus basic caster, probably of Tempest, which would be the new hotness, the new Kislev meta. The old Kislev meta was Mother O Stankia trying to solo carry games. I thought you won't use webcam. I'm disappointed. I use webcam for live streams, not for normal replays. You occasionally get dogs and cats that hop in. Alright, for Sir Groot's version of Kislev, we have 5 Kislevite warriors as a front line, Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion on the side, some Things in the Woods, and Mother O Stankia with just Curse of the Ancient Witch, what's its overcast? Magic attack and missile damage, so he's probably just going for the reduced armor. Because the Kislev cavalry he brought with him doesn't have a lot of armor piercing, so you can just reduce their armor, that's fine. It's a pretty clever little thing. I like it. On the other side, for race, we have Little Grom, an Ice Witch of Tempest. I was right with Blizzard and Hailstorm. And then some Wolf Hearts, Things in the Woods, Things in the Woods, Things in the Woods, Kislevite Warriors, some Armored Kossars, and a couple Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion. But it's more Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion versus Little Grom and some Wolf Hearts. Little Grom getting a bit of damage out onto the Griffin Legion. How will I pretend you're my trap waifu without this? I should become a VTuber. You're right. You're right. That's where the money is. Kislevite Cav is moving in. Lance's couched lads. Is they're going to get a side charge onto these Cosby Dervishes. Looks like these guys didn't see them coming. They're going to take a lot of damage. It looks like they're just going to die for this. Their Buyer Blood will get popped for sure, but they might flat out die. Winged Lancer's going to get countercharged by Griffin Legion, but Raced actually pulls back his Griffin Legion. Realizes he's throwing good money after bad, as there's 4 cavalry pieces here for the green Kislev. And he's like, yep, okay, I lost a Dervish, that's my bad, but I'm just going to take the L and not make it worse. Little Grom is continuing to harass this Griffin Legion, taking it down to half HP. Remember, kids, if you don't want to get kited, take artillery. Not that this Kislev build's trying to kite, but... Oh, wow, that's a mistake! Wolfheart's wandering out way too far, start to run back. They're probably going to use their pack trap on these Things in the Woods, just buy themselves a little bit of time to get back to the main thing. Griffin Legion still coming in. Griffin Legion get pack trapped instead of Things in the Woods is still fine. As they get behind the Kislevite Warriors, they should be okay. These armor-piercing halberds should keep them safe. As Raced's own Things in the Woods charge forward to buy himself a little bit of time. Whee! maybe it was all an elaborate bait. Now on the backfield, we do have Griffin Legion, this long flank from Kislev coming up to fruition, but it's not going well for them as they're fighting on top of these Kislevite halberds. That is a disaster. And then we get a big blizzard down. Though honestly, the blizzard might do some decent friendly fire damage on the Kislevite warriors that were already doing very well here. I still think it's a good blizzard. It just sucks that they have to die for this as well. But both of those forces taken off the map by that big blizzard. That killed everybody. Red is ahead on the bounce power, and I would definitely agree. While Green's front line is going a bit better, the back is going disastrously for Green. That flank did not work out at all. The halberd support back here, plus the armor piercing things in the woods were plenty up to the task of pushing away that flank. More Wing Lancers charge into Griffin Legion. They are outstatted by the Griffin Legion, but also fighting on top of enemy halberds. So very tough time to be Green on that backfield. More and more Green forces are committing back there, trying to salvage it, while the front line is going in Green's favor, so I can understand that. Little Grom is currently surrounded by halberds, but those halberds are fighting other halberds. Mother Ostankia's Curse of the Ancient Hag Witch is out there, causing everybody to have less armor and missile block chance and stuff. We'll see how much that matters, but unfortunately it was not cast while any of the cavalry was still healthy. It's just one green Kislevite halberd back here, which already has armor piercing, so he's slapping through those fools for different reasons. There he goes, bump, bump, bump. There he goes again. Griffin Legion get a rear charge over here, and if their Fire Blood is already popped, then you could get the leadership debuff enough from the rear charge to get rid of him. Little Grom gets dragged down just as a hailstorm comes in, but Little Grom is about toast. For the red team, we still have some things in the woods with decent HP. A nearly dead Griffin Legion, a very healthy caster. On the side of green Kislev, we have a lot more Kislevite warriors with high HP, and then Mother Ostankia is like full health. And I think that's going to come down to it, is there's just too many Kislevite warriors that you're going to have to melee grind through because you don't have any range left alive. And if you don't, Mother Ostankia is going to fire her chariot artillery at you all game long. Alright, I got a message from somebody, but I'll deal with it later. And that is looking like a Sir Groot 2-1, as everything is about to rout, and then you have just a full health foot caster versus all this nonsense, but everything else is leaving here. This Kislevite warrior, Fire Blood's going to wear off in 5 seconds, and then its leadership might hold for like a millisecond, but then it is going to rout. Yeah, there it is. Nice little hailstorm onto these Griffin Legion. And to be fair, Red Kislev is starting to rally on the far side, but it looks like it's too late as army losses is starting to hit them now. That little Grom barely clinging to life as Griffin Legion are going to charge straight at it. Ooh, Winged Lancers, my bad. Winged Lancers and things in the woods. And Mother Ostankia is just taking herself out of the fight, doesn't want to deal with this. Friendly fires her own troops because why not, as army losses finally procs. Have some stream sugar, you damn capitalists. Thanks, Kyle Thompson. Also, I was just reading a donation. That doesn't count. That wasn't a slip of the tongue. That was me reading something. It doesn't count. That one actually doesn't count. The ones I'm more worried about is the one... I think I've done it twice so far where I accidentally said a swear word and I wasn't conscious of swearing until I heard it out loud. That's much more problematic. Mixed values on these two armies. Nothing really standing out to me is like, wow, this did insane. And some of the Griffin Legion did well. Other Griffin Legions got massacred. Little Grom did all right. But Sir Groot will be entering our top 8. Where is he? He is there. Got it. Got it. All right. Sir Groot. Boom. We have 6 of our top 8, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? That's wild. Who are the other 2? Who else is going to slot in there? Ba, ba, ba. Okay, I was warned about this series. So let's just do it, man. I don't want to deal with it. I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not even casting it. I'm not casting anything right now. Tim the Wilder versus Gotrek Starbreaker. Here's the thing. Tim 2-0'd me in stage 2. I didn't like that. It made me sad. So I'm rooting against him. I hope he loses. But then if he wins, then I could say I lost to the eventual winner. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Nothing matters. Alright. Let's get that one back in here. Boom. Gotrek Starbreaker versus Tim the Wilder. Go, Gotrek, go. Get my revenge. Were all these played on 5.0? Yes. Though not that much change for 5.1. Who's Ipsum? I don't know. It's what Photoshop comes up with whenever you type something. Alright. For Tim the Wilder, we do have Skaven, Night Runner Skirmish Corps with some Rat Ogres, the Dwarf Thing Menace Doom players that are really, really strong in this patch, and then Ikit Claw. Elsewhere, we have some Skaven Slave Slingers in a box of Clan Rats and Storm Vermin Halberds, which also got a big buff. On the side of the Vampire counts, we do have some Fellbat Flyers, setting up a bit of a surround. We have Vargulf, Vlad von Karstein, who is actually pretty good into the Skaven. So double Vargulf, a Banshee as well, Vlad, and then Cairn Wraiths, armor-piercing ghost units that cause terror. I guess he maybe wants the terror to get through Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats faster, but it's risky. If the enemy has globes, I mean, Skaven have an abundance of magic damage, so ghost units are a little sus. And then Vargeist. Vargeist are pretty standard stuff. I'm worried, though. If Ikit has Flensing Ruin, which he does, Vlad and the Banshee aren't nearly as tanky as they used to be because Skaven got Flensing Ruin now. Flensing Ruin used to be a meme spell that didn't do anything, but with it, it's like, oh, foot characters aren't as big of a problem as they used to be. So Vlad is deep in it. He has the Von Karstein ring, 60% damage resistance, and he's still getting fisted this hard. Just so you know. It's not going well for him at all. You haven't casted your games yet? I got knocked out way earlier than this. Yeah, I got knocked out way earlier than this. Vargeist are diving in to try and punish the Doom players, but also to save Vlad. And the Skaven are running into a bit of a problem where if you retreat all your range units into the box usually isn't big enough to fit them all. So some of the Night Runners and Gutter Runners are going to get in their own way and not be able to throw right now. But we'll see how that goes. This Vlad is still trying to push through the front line. He has his zombie summon. I'm kind of surprised there's no zombie summon in the middle here, just trying to stop these guys from doing anything. But it doesn't look like that's going to be part of his game plan. Cairn Wraith's getting hit with a Brass Orb as Ikit charges into them, but the Fellbats and the Vargeist are starting to commit now, and the center of the Skaven box is just a feeding frenzy for these flying units where they're like, nice halberds on the front line, bro. I'm going to ignore those and go straight through them. Now, one Vargeist has died for the effort, but now the Night Runners and Skaven Slave Slingers are having a really, really tough time getting any meaningful shots off, as a Flensing Ruin is getting cast over here, and I really don't like that. It's getting cast on a Vargulf, which has so much natural healing, it's insane. It's not focusing on continuing to damage Vlad, since he took so much damage earlier. We actually know his healing cap's getting kind of close. And it's not hitting the Banshee, though. Actually, the Banshee walks back into it, but it wasn't targeting the Banshee, so that's just a bit of a whoopsie from the Vampire counts. Now, I can understand not wanting to use it on Vlad while his Von Karstein ring is off cooldown, because he can just 60% damage resist it, but I think it was still on cooldown for a little bit. I would have preferred it be located on the Banshee, not located on the Vargulf. Actually, it wasn't located on either. It was cast on the ground. Oh, that's a bit of a whoopsie. So if the Vampire counts had been, like, super insane with their micro, they could have just walked the Banshee and the Vargulf out of it from the start, and it would have been just a flubbed Flensing Ruin. Ikit just shot his, I believe that was Storm Demon, because it did a lot of damage to the Vargulf, but this is the part of the fight where everything goes very poorly for the Skaven. The cookie jar has been opened, and now they're fleeing in all directions as the Vampire Count's bats just chase them down. Even though the bats are crumbling, they'll crumble slowly enough, they'll be able to take most of these slingers towards the edge of the map. You can see the edge of the map is dangerously close as these bats continue to push them away. Cairn Wraiths are also after them. Dwarf Thing Menace back here in a fight with the Vargeist, but the Vargeist with their extreme armor piercing will be able to damage the Doom players. Doom players still going to trade quite well, but just saying the Vargeists aren't helpless here. Bounce power is 50-50. And the Skaven not loving it. They're not going to McDonald's. They're going to Burger King, where their slogan is massive disappointment every time. Does the box work with the always be attacking rule? You have to attack with something, not everything. So as long as, like, if you're sitting in a box but you have a cannon firing, that's attacking. The attacking rule is just there so that people don't, like, literally just AFK and do nothing and it's really boring and dumb. But as long as you have something firing, yeah, you're attacking. Like, the Skaven here kited with their Night Runners, throwing ninja stars at people, and then they ran back into their box when the vampires got there. And then they still shot at the vampires from inside the box. Did I say a swear? What did I say? I actually missed one. Did I say one? What did I say? Oh, that makes me sad. I'm trying. Alright, Vargulf is chasing around Ikit, and he is very annoying to get rid of. 80 speed, high mass. Vargulfs are incredibly annoying for Skaven characters. This matchup used to be like a Grey Seer versus double Vargulf, and there was a similar problem. Like, you're on your bell and you're just trying to run away from Vargulfs all game, but they keep monkey punching you. Howling Warp Gale is out to lock the Vargeist in place on top of Halberds and with the Dwarf Thing Menace, and with Night Runners that were shooting at them, but then the Night Runners are terror routing, so they don't get the throw. Followed up by a Flensing Ruin Overcast. It get dumping Winds of Magic into this area. And the Flensing Ruin is hitting the Banshee, and it's hitting the Vargulf, and now it's even hitting Vlad, who wandered into it. So it is a really good Flensing Ruin cast. But again, I think it's focused on the Vargeist. It's not focused on the single entities. Now as the Vargeist are moving away, all the single entities got out of the Flensing Ruin. I don't like that at all. I feel like these Flensing casts could be more on point. It could have even more value. For the Skaven, we still have Skaven Slave Slingers that are rallying with a lot of ammo. The Vargulfs look like they've noticed them and are coming to say hello. We still have a good amount of Storm Vermin Halberds for Tim. A lot of Storm Vermin Halberds, actually. And Ikit is half HP. For the Vampire counts, I mean, they've done good damage. They've routed off most of the ranged things. But their single entities are starting to approach their heal caps. Wonder how much they really have left in them. Routing away those Slingers, routing away the Clan Rats. Master Beguilement on the Stormfront Halberds, giving them 0 melee attack against the Banshee. But in comes the Dwarf Thing Menace, getting a decent little charge off. Go Dwarf Thing Menace, go. Banshee's just gonna fight her way out. Do her best. Don't crumble. She's at 1 leadership. Don't crumble. She's gonna crumble. Ikit's here as well. He does magic damage. She's gonna crumble. Meanwhile, the Vargulfs are out chasing some of the skirmish stuff. Also just trying to regen. They're trying to also buy time not fighting Halberds so they can regenerate up while killing other things. And the Banshee has sundered armor. Oh no! Oh no! My ghost has less armor. That's shocking. Anyway, the Banshee is trying to just not crumble, but that's not working out for her as the Dwarf Thing Menace is push her further and further away from the central area. In comes another Flensing Ruin. Another Flensing Ruin. This one is focused on a Vargulf. Nice job by Gotrek to drag it away so it doesn't damage his other Vargulf and Vlad with the Flensing Ruin cast. Oh, there's a Cairn Wraith. Hello, Cairn Wraith. You would actually be pretty good against all these Storm Vermin. Your armor piercing and etherealness, that's good. We need you back. Dwarf Thing Menace took out the Banshee once and for all, so her little shrieking banner of -4 leadership is off the map. Vargulf is starting to crumble while the Flensing Ruin is still ticking on him, so that's 2 different damage over times that are counteracting his healing. And this Vargulf is in it. I'm curious why Ikit hopped in here, but the Vargulf manages to miss its first attack, misses its second one, and Ikit is one very lucky rat. There, it gets a third one in, but the Vargulfs could pile onto Ikit and rout him. Everything is starting to tear out away from the Cairn Wraiths and Vlad that's mulching through them. Vampire counts take a decisive lead on the balance of power, and some Night Runners joining the fight aren't going to be enough to really turn this around. Ikit has used so many Flensing Ruins, I extremely doubt he has 2 more left in the tank that he would need to win this game. Because 1, and you kill maybe the Vargulfs, but you need a second one to finish off Vlad. Otherwise, Vlad's going to kill everything left here. As Ikit walks away from the Vargulf, doing his best to cycle charge and keep his Storm Vermin in. But the Storm Vermin, again, Master of Beguilement, I like that a lot. A lot of people just Master of Guilement Ikit because he's the Lord and you think you should. But if you take this whole halberd down to 0 melee attack, that affects 100 plus models, making sure they can't melee attack. This Vargulf is fading away on his own. Another Flensing Ruin. Undercast is out, but the Von Karstein Ring is popped, so Vlad is going to take like negative damage from this Flensing Ruin. It was still a good cast. I think he needed to throw it out, but Vlad was waiting with the counter with his Von Karstein Ring. Looks like Vlad is officially heal capped. One of his Vargulfs is dead. And the other Vargulf is running around. Still has a good amount of healing left to him. Karen rate's getting very low, and that zombie is a summon, so more and more Storm Vermin are returning to the fight. Vlad causes terror, but, I mean, you know, after terror wears off, you're immune to terror for a while. So can these armor-piercing halberds really drag Vlad down? It's not looking like it. He hasn't taken damage in a while, but that's when he has support. Like I said, these Karen rates are about to die, the zombies are about to die, and then Vlad will be alone. Does he have another summon? He has 4 more summons if he has the Winds of Magic. Depends on how much he's been healing, but yeah, actually, no. He has summons for sure. Because he only brought Invocation and Raise Dead, so no way he's out of Winds of Magic. He has plenty. I think at this point it's safe to at least play at ×2 speed, as Vlad is going to run towards his Vargulf for a second. And then the Skaven, trying to reposition for a bit. They don't want to engage him in the forest, which is fine. And now they re-engage, but I think it is a moot effort. There's the zombie summon. And another Flensing Rune from Ikit. He does have one. Is it Overcast? It is Overcast. Okay. We might have ourselves a game. The Von Karstein Ring is not popping up just yet, so Vlad is taking all of this damage right now. We'll see if he has it anytime soon, but not for now. The Skaven are in mass exodus, though, and army losses might hit. As Ikit routes, then it surely will. No, Ikit stays in it for now. But the Flensing Rune won't be enough to win the game, it appears, as army losses is going to take out the Skaven. The Vargulf's taking a lot of damage from this, but not enough. A lot of damage, as Ikit is losing the fight against the Vargulf currently. Though the Vargulf is missing a shocking amount of its attacks. There it finally gets a good hit in, and it routes Ikit. That'll be GG. Yeah, man, that Flensing Ruin did so much damage. Vlad's at half HP, Vargulf's about dead, it's starting to crumble now. Night Runners are back. Ikit will rally if he's given some time. He has plenty of health to get back in it. And the Vargulf is crumbling. That's a zombie summon. Vlad, like, in all seriousness, Vlad still has 3 zombie summons, so he can definitely win this game. But it was close. As for real units on the battlefield, in the end, it was just a half-health heal-capped Vlad, because the Vargulf was going to crumble on its own, the zombie wasn't real. Vlad cannot take Flock of Doom. No. No. Otherwise, he would every single game, for sure. Ikit Claw, 4,400 value, punishing the blobbed-up vampire counts over and over again. But their healing is far superior to anything the Skaven can output. From just Ikit Claw's damage. Night Runners did fine. Dwarf Thing Menace did fine. Storm Vermin Halberds did very well. Ikit did very well. The Slingers and the Night Runners just had a tough game getting value. Oh, actually, the Night Runners did okay. Yeah, Night Runners did okay. For Gotrek, Vlad didn't get a lot of value. He was just spooky. Vargulfs did fine on value, but again, just spooky. And the main point was routing stuff and then chasing it, like the Bats did, like the Vargeists did. Karen Rates actually did okay, helping clear out Halberds a little bit. GG, and that is 1-0 start for Gotram's Starbreaky. Oh no. Don't do it. I don't believe in it. No, brother. It's the Gotrek Classic. I really don't think this is worth it, but he loves doing Volkmar double Warrior Priest for the just constant buffs and constant damage resistance from like stacking their auras over and over again, like the righteous thingy, whatever. But I really think you should cut one of the Warrior Priests and get a caster. Like, Warrior Priest is not worth more than not having a caster. So he has Volkmar double Warrior Priest with their various buffs. Their Shield of Faiths, Soulfires, Hammer of Sigmars. We do have a Steam Tank with a Volley Gun. Knights of the Black Rose in here. 1 War Wagon for some attacking. And then just a blob of Flagellants and Spearmen. I gotta go on record. I think this build sucks, but I know he swears by it. I know some other people who have played with him in training and stuff really think it's good as well, but I think it blows. How much was Magic's Flensing Ruin? I think Overcast is like 20. 24, somewhere in there. When... Sorry, someone's messaging me. All right, on the other side for Bretonnia, we do have Knights of the Realm, Mounted Yeoman Archers, Henry Le Massif, Lewin Leoncoeur, Peasant Bowmen all over the dang place, and then some Knights of the Realm, a Damsel of Life with Dwellers Below and Earthblood. So now it's time to test my theory. Remember when I said earlier, blobs aren't very strong in land battles because when you're playing the best of the best players, they can just out-micro you? This is going to be a test of that. Do I look like a fool or does the blob lose? Because, like, he just has no agency. Bretonnia can kite him around, shoot at him infinitely, heal up whenever they want to. The volley gun steam tank's going to do a little bit of damage here and there. War wagons too, but it's not going to be enough. We'll see. I hate it. I think it sucks. Archers are currently lighting up the flagellant support. In comes one of the first Soulfire bombardments. Healing that metal. There is no healing for the steam tank. He didn't bring a caster. There's a Dwellers Below from the Bretonians. Now remember, Dwellers Below actually does do friendly fire damage now, so the Knights of the Realm got to back out. But there's a Dwellers Below in there that's trying to eat up the flagellants. They do have 40% damage resistance because of the overlapping Shields of Faith. Once those wear off, this will be a lot better for the Bretonians. But still, already the Empire model count is from 600 down to 500. They're taking a lot of damage. Henry and Lewin are just going to charge back out. Archers are still pouring in damage. Grand Hammer of Sigmar, Grand Shield of Faith still active for now. Some damage resistance as the Knights are all pushing forward. They've killed a couple peasant mobs. Doesn't one good AoE spell ruin this build? They can, but you still can get 45% damage resistance. I don't know. You're preaching to the choir, though. I've already said numerous times I don't think this build's very good, so of course I'm going to tell you it's not very good. When you ask me, wouldn't blank and blank just beat it? Then I'm going to say yes, because I think it sucks. But, like, there are people who are good players who think it's a good build. I will say that. Knights of the Realm trying to charge out and get some of the archers, because Bretonnia is kiting them around, so they're just going to pick off the archers one at a time. Meanwhile, other archers firing in on the spearmen. Another Shield of Faith is out, trying to give them that damage resistance. And Lewin's going to dive in onto the Knights of the Black Rose. He has Knights of the Realm nearby. We'll see if they help out. I don't think Tim took any of the crazy Knights, right? He just took Knights of the Realm and then single entities, but he didn't take, like, Grail Knights or anything. Henry is landing in 2. But he's having issues landing, so he just hovers for a bit, then runs away. Something's getting cast. It looks like a banishment. Knights of the Realm do not dodge in time. And they are going to take a bunch of damage. Another Soulfire Bombardment is out as well. Because the Knights of the Realm really need to dodge, as they take so much damage. And then they tear out away. That was a huge mistake from Tim. Can't just let him sit in a banishment like that, my guy. Looking around, I feel like, I don't know where all the Bretonians' money went. Like, no Grail Knights or nothing, but then their front line also still sucks. I guess it is just Lewin and Henry cost that much. For the Force of the Empire, they're down to under half their model count. Most of their Dudos are dead. You can see, look at their health bars of the Flagellants and the Swordsmen. Those guys are all toast. War Wagon's also running away. Knights of the Black Rose not looking too good. So the healthy health bars are actually single entities, as the Bretonnia pulls further and further ahead. When they buffed it, Volkmar went from bad to one of the best. I still think Volkmar is a meh lord. The Empire has some amazing lords that they could be taking instead of Volkmar. Knights of the Black Rose routing, so now Tim takes some of his skirmish cav, the Mounted Yeoman Archers, and he is just going to run after them. War Wagons also getting run down by Knights of the Realm, so anything that routes away from the blob is going to get picked up. Meanwhile, Bretonnia can keep kiting, keep shooting at the blob, and keep healing. Lewin lands on some Warrior Priests, as all the Warrior Priests and Volkmar are going to try and stop him, but he's going to push his way out of here, goes right between those War Wagons and gets to safety as Henry is trying to land in now. Doesn't look like he'll be successful. Flagellants are down to 29 models total. Knights of Black Rose are pretty low. And yeah, quickly running out of Imperial troops for the single entities to hide behind. So then you're going to take cycle charges from cavalry, and all of them will impact on the correct targets. as Henry dives in for a bit of a fight. Soulfire bombardments are out, but they do no damage to these Knights of the Realm. Nothing healing can't overcome. Knights of the Black Rose are pushed off yet again. Flagellant's getting dangerously low. And Volkmar is the only one in here that has healing. I wonder where his heal cap is, but again, most of the archers have been shooting at the masses that were surrounding him, not as much the individual thing. This is no caster M. Olaf, I said that multiple times. I think this build, while I think the build isn't very good in concept, I do think the build would be better if you had Volkmar, a warrior priest, and then a caster. I really don't think a second warrior priest is that worth it over a caster. Sword of Corona's out. Lewin and Henry are deleting warrior priests. And what are they? How many times can I say it? This isn't conquest mode. You can't just take a blob and sit in a point and win versus high-level players. They're going to refresh their charge bonus all the time. That's like fighting a Lewin that has a natural melee attack of, what is that? 135 is his natural melee attack because he gets to charge over and over again. Like, there's no way to punish him. So he's just coming in here with a giant stat stick and murdering you. And when you're in a blob, your opponent owns all of the battlefield, so anything that routes is never coming back because you can't defend it. You can't go outside the blob and actually like keep it alive or let it come back at all. So anything that routes is just gone. He doesn't want 2 warrior priests and a caster lord. He wants Volkmar because Volkmar has Grand Hammer and Grand Shield, so they can stack on Shield of Faith. Whereas if you have 2 Shields of Faith and you cast them at the same time, you don't get double the effect. But if you cast Grand Shield and Shield, you get double the effect. That's what he was going for. So that was the plan. Other warrior priest is at half HP. Volkmar has taken some slow damage, and again, the cycle charging from Tim is just so punishing. Yeah. Archers still have some decent ammo. The Knights of Bretonnia have taken some good damage. But Henry has plenty of healing left he can get. He's even getting a regrowth? No, just Nerf Blood. Just Nerf Blood. Quick Soulfire out. Terror outs away the Peasant Bowman. And we still have 1 Flagellant in here. So the Empire's at 4 models. Henry gets left behind, so he is fighting a 3v1 right now. Volkmar and the Warrior Priest have low weapon strength and not high armor piercing, so Henry could be okay, but he is fighting a steam tank that he doesn't love, so he has to get out of here, get up into the sky. And he really needs some focused healing from that lady. All Earthbloods need to go on Henry right now. As Lewin is back in, getting some poke out. Volkmar's heal cap is in sight. Bretonnia is just ignoring the tank for now. Lewin's also heal capped. There's another Soulfire Bombardment. It is going to kill off that Peasant Mob. Oh no, Peasant Mob. More Earthblood. Overcast from this lady. And the archers are continuing to fire in. We have Knights of the Realm returning with their anti-large. Volkmar is nearly dead. This Flagellant, this one Flagellant, he'll die eventually, so that flag can get out of my face. Volkmar's taking an insane amount of damage. Now, the Steam Tank's also unbreakable. Everything here is unbreakable. I'm going to ×2 speed this, because this is horrendous to watch. As Volkmar gets his shit kicked in. Henry has to back off. Warrior Priest gets his shit kicked in. Army losses hits. And now your Steam Tank gets cycle charged to death. It's not good, kids. Don't blob at high tier land battles. Alright, that was trash. I'm rooting for Tim the Wilder. I was rooting for Gotrek to avenge me, but nah. I can't watch that game and still be like, I got him. It's... I gotta root for Tim. 3,400 on Lewin, 1,400 on Henry Le Massif. Knights of the Realm didn't do much. Archers just fired in. Got a good amount of value. Oh, crap. Yeah, it counts as cursing. I didn't notice. Sorry, I was reading chat for a second. Volkmar did well. Steam Tank did well. But that's it. You're mostly just abusing the Steam Tank, which you can do that anyway. You can do that in a normal Empire build. You don't have to take whatever garbage this is. Like, you can just take a good Empire build, still put in a Steam tank, and still win. I don't know. That's not it. All right, we're going to game 3. An awful lot of people betting on Techless for their tournament lives today, but Tim the Wild are going to try and stay in it. Versus the Beastmen. This top 8? Nah. Not yet. It's people trying to get into the top 8. Alright, we have 4 Illyrian Reaver Archers for Tim the Wilder. Techless with his net and Flock of Doom, and then a bunch of Lothar Seaguard and Archers with light armor, and a front line of Spearmen and Silver and Guard. Just a lot of pointy sticks. On the other side for the Beastmen, we have Malagor Dark Omen with Doom and Darkness and Flock of Doom. We have a bunch of Centaurs. Some are throwing X's, the Grog gives a wolf run. A bunch of Centaurs of Tzeentch and Dogs. And then we have Eye of Morsleep, ROR, Cygor, and the Butchers of Calvin Guard. KBH, that's a fine opinion to have. I respect it. I'm allowed to have my opinion, but you're also allowed to have yours. That High Elf build has so many more units than the Beastman build. I am also very worried about this Beastman build because, I don't know, Eye of Morsleep's going to do some damage here for a bit. I generally still don't believe in Cygors, but he'll do some damage for a bit, but then in the late game, you're just going to have cycle charging, but you're cycle charging Brace Spears and a ton of Archers, which Archers can stop you from cycle charging by shooting at you as you do that. And then Techless can even net you, so you can net down some of your expensive stuff and just have it sit in place. I have Morsleep's under attack. Is Landship allowed? Nah, dude. We banned it because it makes trash content. After its nerfs, it might be balanced, I'm not sure, but it's just no fun, so we took it out. I don't think I've ever seen a game where I was like, yay, the Landship's here. It's always like, oh, well, this game sucks now. Alright. Beastman getting a nice little pick-off over here. Tim's forces getting drawn out a bit, so they left this flank a bit exposed. We have Silver and Guard and Spearman trying to bail out a Lothar Seaguard that's already dead. Now these Lothar Seaguard are going to get side charged by the Butchers of Calvin Guard. What benefits do Tzeentch Centaurs even bring in this matchup? Armor piercing versus Silver Helms or Dragon Princes. Yeah. Anyway, the first of those nets came out. Centaurs of Tzeentch get netted right in front of Illyrian Reavers and Lothar Seaguard and basic Archers, so that is a dead Centaur. And the Beastmen are ahead on balance power for now as the Eye of Morsleep continues to try and kite backwards, but he's running out of space to go. High Elves, a bit of a whoopsie letting this flank get so overextended, but if their main army can take out the Eye of Morsleep and rout off the Centaur of Tzeentch, that's a worthwhile trade or even favored trade for the High Elves. But they should probably start walking some of these spearmen back towards themselves. Butchers of Calvin Guard and the Grog Hooves happy to keep running around doing whatever they please. And Malagor with Doom and Darkness plus a full surround looks like he's just going to try and rout the Silver Guard rather than having to fight it all the way through. Though a big overcasted Flock of Doom from Techless actually makes them pay quite a lot for it. And the High Elf leadership not fading yet for the Silver Guard. 3 leadership as they're fully surrounded as the Doom and Darkness is going to fade away in 10 seconds if they can hold. That would be so huge for the High Elves. It doesn't look like it. There they go. They finally rout. And the High Elves, about even on the balance of powers. The Eye of Morsleep is about to die, but Dogs are chasing down Illyrian Reaver Archers. Kind of surprised the Illyrian Reavers didn't countercharge the Dogs, but maybe something was happening I didn't really notice. Maybe the Eye, honestly. The Eye could have used one of his nets and made sure they stay put, so they didn't get a countercharge in. So Beastmen clutched off anything that was over here. They killed like 4 or 5 High Elf units that were out of position on that flank, and now they're going in for the Spearmen, too. But this time, okay, this time the High Elves are ready. There's so many Archers here ready to punish this, and if Techless had an overcasted net or something, he is going to do so much damage to this little blob here. Oh, where's the net? I saw a Flock of Doom, and that's still fine, but where's the net? He might undercast net on the Butchers now, since nothing else is really worth netting there. Malagor won't die, so yeah, he might just net the Butchers here. Their shields are facing the wrong way, and they're overextended, but no net from Techless. Strangely reserved. I wonder if he didn't have the Winds of Magic for it. He did use a net earlier, and he's been using Flock of Doom, so he might just not have the wand. Eye of Morsleep gets caught by some Silver and Guard. That is a disaster if Gotrek notices that he needs to keep running away, though there's not too much to run to, as the eye is getting cut down, but there's Illyrian Reavers right here that can finish him off anyway. He's going to start running, but he won't get far. And this is more of what I was worried about, is now the High Elves just, like, walk around, and anytime you try and Cycle Charge them, you're going to take so much damage on the way in and the way out, it's not really going to matter. Overcasted Flock of Doom from Teclis with some arrow support, trying to get through those barriers of Tzeentch and actually get real damage onto these guys. It looks like it is working. And the dog's getting chased out by Illyrian Reavers. I have more sleep getting chased out by Silver and Guard. And the Silver and Guard are like, okay, I'll fight these Centaurs. Heck yeah, brother. Alright, what else is going on here? Malagor's healthy. Groghoofs are healthy. Butchers of Kalkengard are healthy. Everything over here is in the process of getting killed. I have more sleep running away from more Illyrian Reavers. Centaurs of Tzeentch very low next to the edge of the map. That doesn't look like the High Elves actually have the resources to chase them off just yet. Balance of power is even, but I just don't feel that way. It feels like the High Elves are in a pretty commanding state at the moment. Because look, the Groghoofs went from full health to half while we were over there briefly. I have more Slib ain't coming back. And Malagor's trying to land it on these archers, but where's the Teclis net on the Butcher's Kalkengard? I'm curious why that hasn't happened yet. Especially if you can get them in spears, net them, and shoot them. That would be insane. Maybe he's waiting for these spearmen to get here, because they're trying to catch up. Malagor's trying to do some distraction. Uses Flock of Doom and some stuff. But yeah, no net on the Butcher's Kalkengard. It's way too late for that, Tim. Okay, good. That's a Doom of Darkness. I thought he was netting them now that they reached the Lothern Seaguard. I was like, bro, they already got there. You needed to net them way before now. Yeah, I think Tim's just using all of his Winds of Magic on Flock of Doom constantly, so he doesn't have a net ready at any point, is what I would guess. Because otherwise he definitely should have netted those Butchers when they were surrounded by Spearmen and the Archers were free and clear. Centaurs of Tzeentch kind of catch up to some of the Archers, and that's another big pick for the Beastmen. And the Beastmen get the Eye of Morsleep back. What is happening right now? How? How is this being allowed to happen, High Elves? I am alarmed, I am confused, and I am scared. Malagors, Centaurs, Butchers, Kalkengard gonna push straight through these Lothern Seaguard, tear out them off. Completely fine, not seeing Elite Cav. Yeah. Swirler, what did I say? What did I say? F-bomb? I didn't say that! Hey, that was in the chat. I didn't say that. Silly, did I say it? I actually don't remember saying it, so if I did, that's just a whoopsie on my part. I have more Slib. Down to 200 health left, as the Illyrian Reavers are going to take him out once and for all. This stream isn't very child-friendly. Dang it, I tried. Butchers of Kalkengard getting near their heal cap. They are now netted in front of some archers and some spears, but they're not currently in some spears, and these archers aren't firing. So again, kind of not the net we wanted to see on the Butchers just yet. Still, the Beastmen are falling behind. They don't have the lads. They don't have the gits. Butchers getting slowly poked down by archers. I have more sleep, 19 HP. He ain't coming back. He ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3. There was an F-bomb in chat that I didn't read, KBH, but I didn't mean to. Well, okay, there was an F-bomb I didn't read, but then apparently I said one around the same time, so then I was like, wait, what are you talking about? Butchers and Malagor trying to clean up. There's, similar to an earlier game, there are just so many Spearmen left, and even one is a Silver and Guard. Teclis is gonna kite this out, and I don't know what the Beastmen can do from this point. The Butchers can't kill all these Silver and Guard. I don't think Malagor has the Flocks of Dooms left to deal with it. Malagor tries to land on Teclis. I actually wonder if it's worth it for Teclis to burn a net just to get some good shots on him. Not that the Spearmen matter as much, but still. Nice Flock of Doom from Malagor, gonna punish all these people. Archers lining up. They're running out of models though, so their DPS is pretty low. still good poke onto the Butcher's Skeleton Guard. Armor, not armored. The silver shield on them will be a bit tough, so now that they're facing the correct direction, the archers won't get nearly as much damage out, but Teclis is putting the hurt on Malagor. You've seen no dwarf games today. They probably keep getting banned. We have a pick and ban system, so no factions are outright banned by like the tournament, but people, before you start a series, you can ban one faction where you're like, neither of us is going to play this faction, so both players get that. And then per game, there's a pick and ban system that players go through, so who knows how often they've gotten through the global ban, who knows how often they've gotten through the pick and ban, and who knows how often they just weren't picked, but yes, you're correct, no dwarves yet today. Malagor is still having to deal with Teclis, just constantly harassing him every time he lands. The Butcher's Skeleton Guard nearing their heal cap as they pick off all the archers, but the elephant in the room is, what are you going to do about these Silverin Guard right here? And some Spearmen, though I suppose Flock of Doom and some good charging from the Butchers could kill them off. ×2 speed as the Butchers just run around, trying to chase off things. And the Butchers are back trying to chase Lyran River Archers, who are just going to kite away because they want you to fight on the Silverin Guard, who are just sitting here getting their vigor back. Tim realizing he doesn't have to chase around with the Silverin Guard specifically. He can let them get their vigor back while everybody else fights the Butchers. And then in the late game, you're eventually going to have to deal with these Silverin Guard. Teclis diving in, a little bold, a little brash. Runs away. And the Butchers and Malagor still trying to find a better fight. Looks like the Butchers were chasing that Illyrian Reaver. And now they're just going to come back into the fight. Nope, they're still chasing the Illyrian Reaver. Dun, dun, dun. Now they're just pathing away, so I don't even know where they're going. So if this was live, it's a replay, so whatever. But if this was live, this would have been a rule break because those Butchers of Skeleton Guard haven't attacked anything forever and they're just running away. I think now they're trying to attack that guy that's routing, but he's shattered, so again, you do have to engage. Ugh, so that would be a rule break. Now he's trying to chase something, but there was a long time there where he was just trying to back up. Alright, net of Anotok on the Butchers of Skeleton Guard. I've wanted that forever, but it finally came. They're not on top of the Silverin Guard. The Silverin Guard are way over here, but they are on some Spearmen. They are getting charged by cavalry and stuff. Trogdar? Yeah. If we have time between the games, we're just sitting around, we'll probably talk about picks and bans and whatnot. But in this type of stream, I'm just trying to show you who made it to top 8 and what their playstyle generally is. I have to cast 8 best of 3s, so I'm not going to talk about the picks and bans because it's just way too long of a stream. Silverin Guard marching up to poke down the Butcher's Skeleton Guard, who are officially heal capped. They can't get anywhere. Better ban Gotrek for attacking rule breaks. I mean, I know you're just trolling and trying to stir the pot, but I am a little annoyed that he took that like really stupid blob build in game 2 that was boring as heck, and then now in this game had a minor rule break, but is also like, I don't know. It's just kind of like, all right, dude, come on. Because I get really nervous about casting on CA's channel if you have someone in just like bad faith trying to make land battles look bad. You can. If you want to make land battles look like a bad time, you can definitely do that, but also they can be really fun. And I just worry about another Void Lul's Alfredino moment, because didn't the last time Turin cast a land battle event of some kind, didn't someone, I can't tell which of the two of them, but someone was just spamming Blue Fire with Tzeentch and like breaking the attacking rule all the time, and it just being terrible? That is my worst nightmare. Where like, I've been working on this stream with CA for over a year and a half, and it's finally coming to fruition, and then if I get to finals and someone just ruins everybody else's good time, it's like, alright, thanks dude. Alright, Malagor charges in, Butcher's Skeleton Guard still trying to cycle charge their way through things, getting poked down by spears. They're still trying to chase off the Illyrian Reavers. Now they come back in for one more charge onto these spears. There's no hope for the Beastmen. And the Butchers are still trying to grind it out. Done. Tim the Wilder makes it to top 8, and I have to say, I'm glad. This has been atrocious gameplay. I really don't want you in top 8. If you're gonna play like that, I'm glad you lost. That was awful. That was all awful. That was awful, awful, awful. The first rule break I've had to deal with in the entire tournament came from this, and then the previous game was this horrible, unbreakable blob that just sucked but wasted everybody's time. Yeah, alright. No. I'll take Tim. Illyrian Reaver's got a ton of value. Archers did pretty well. Teclis did very well with his Flock of Dooms. GG. Again, if that was live, the rule break on the Beastman side would have cost them the game regardless, because our punishment for an attacking rule break is you just lose the game. But it's a replay, it happened in the past, and also, spoilers, I know who's in the top 8, so I know Tim won. So when I saw the rule break on Gotrek's side, I was like, okay, it doesn't matter, because I know the High Elves win this. But it was just annoying. It was extra annoying because I know the High Elves win. So I was like, wait, Tim wins this. Why is this game still going? And it's like, yeah, he has a full health spear and you have no winds of magic left. You can't win. Just FF. And it's like, cycle charge, cycle charge, cycle charge. I know it's over. Just FF. Cycle charge, cycle charge, cycle charge. Bro, just give up! But that was more of my own annoyance than, like, actually the player's fault. There's my moment of sincerity, is the players are trying to get in the top 8 in a super big tournament, so they should try as hard as possible, and I get that. But also, like, that shit was over. And yes, I swore again. That was a whoopsie. I'm frustrated. Grievin, which game was that? Oh, it was on Turin's stream. It was at the end of like a faction war or something, but it was just abysmal. It was atrocious. All right, final series for the top 8. Who will fight Sir Groot? So far, we have Alfino Berserk, Tim the Wilder, and the Gentle Rat, Sir Groot, and Blank, and Sipa, and Stingers. This one's not my fault. This one's not my fault. But we do have the green one versus Sexy Boy. That's not my fault. That's if you consider that vulgar language, it's his name. That's not my fault. All right. The green one, known for beating me in every faction war ever with his Norska. Seriously, 3 faction wars in a row, I matched against the green one's Norska with my Skaven. And it's so sad, because he always beats me. The green one versus Sexy Boy. This fraction, ODM everywhere. ODM's good, man. They're good. RTK is also showing up, though. Tim's in there. Stingers is in there. All right, for our game 1, the green one has Dark Elves, Dread Spears, and Bleak Swords for a front line, Cold One Knights in the back, and then we have some Dark Shards and Malekith up on his Dragon, the Soul Stealer and Chillwind. On the other side for the Empire, Boris Toddbringer and a Grey Wizard, Knights of the Blazing Sun. I haven't seen you in so long because of Knights of Black Rose, which there are also Knights of Black Rose. A couple War Wagons, which I also haven't seen in forever, and then a Spearman frontline. What is this? Old Empire? No steam tanks? War Wagons? Knights of Blazing Sun? It's wild. Dark Riders chasing after the War Wagons as Knights of Black Rose trying to intercept them, and Malekith currently holding them down. I don't know why Malekith's wings look really cool, and I feel like they don't always look that cool. Does anyone know what's going on with his wings and why they look so crazy? Anyway. Nice Soul Stealer down from Malekith, going to damage Boris and Knights of Black Rose a little bit. Elsewhere, Cold One Knights and Dread Spears getting into a fight with Knights of Black Rose and Basic Spearmen. The Dark Elves look to be losing that pretty badly, but the Dark Shards getting in range of War Wagons is a bit disastrous for the Empire, and then another flanking Dark Rider that was positioned in the Vanguard comes in behind them, so 2 of the War Wagons are desperately low on HP, and a third one is now having to run away from Cold One Knights as Malekith takes the fight against Boris. KBH, how dare you? Is Turin playing under an alias? No. No. One War Wagon is already routing. The other one is close, but not routing quite yet. And Dark Shards look like they're just trying to find a position to get any good shots off onto something. Malekith is a better melee combatant than Boris is. Boris is much more of a support lord. Like, he has some decent melee stats, but his main thing is landing on a fight and debuffing everyone around him so much that your forces win. Wonder if it's from a banner? I don't know. I wonder, did it not? It didn't load. It looks like his dragon didn't load its texture properly. Because those don't, like, they don't look intentional. See how it, like, clips into his body weird? I don't know. It's weird. I don't like it. Malekith, nice breath attack down the side. Does some damage to some spearmen. Kills him off. And Dark Shards. Going to continue to harass Knights of the Black Rose as they charge in. Dark Shards have very high DPS, especially if they get to shoot at something armored. But they're expensive, and they're pretty easy to kill if you get into melee with them. So, Dark Shards not OP, but can do some decent damage here and there. Coldwell Knight's going to try and countercharge these Knights of Black Rose. Knights of Black Rose here to stop the Dark Shards from doing any more damage. And Malekith lands on him, so yeah, you're going to get stopped, son. This War Wagon came back as well. Oh, some Knights of Black Rose made it into the backfield to stop those Dark Riders in place. More Cold Knights are going to try and fight them, though. Can these guys 2v1 beat the Knights of Black Rose? Doesn't look like it. Something's wrong with the Cold Knights charge here, so they probably won't get, like, a meaty charge. And then the Knights of Black Rose will just outstat you and the Dark Riders. So, yeah, this is probably fine. Just let the Cold Knights get a decent charge and then back off. Nope. Dark Riders are coming back in. And they're out. So they're fine. They're fine. Soul Stealer in from Malekith, trying to damage the War Wagons while healing himself back up as the Coldwell Knights refocus their attention on those War Wagons. Gonna chase them away. Lance is couched as they get shot in the face. The Empire infantry is about dead. Dark Elves will have infantry advantage in the late game. War Wagons still firing away. Dark Shards need to get into some position that they can counterfire at the War Wagons. And Malekith's just doing his best to poke at the heroes of the Empire every so often. Melkoth's poking down the Coldwell Knights. And over here, the Knights of the Black Rose are still finishing off the Coldwell Knights. But the Empire build is just going to be Boris, a caster, some super wounded War Wagons running a little low on ammo on some of them, and then a half-health Knights of the Black Rose. Pretty decent position for the Dark Elves, especially if they can slow this down and just like put the Dark Shards as your front line so that the War Wagons have to deal with them in some form, and then just counterfire. Malekith doesn't want to pursue Boris too far. And Dark Elves just reforming lines. But trying to pin Boris down. Sexy Boy's doing his best to just get some pickoffs here and there. He's trying to fight an uphill battle, but Malekith and the Dark Riders finally managed to trap him. He is having a hard time moving away, taking so much damage, and his heal cap appears. Even if he survives this, the damage is already done. Boris is in a lot of trouble. He escapes from the surround, but at what cost? At what cost? Dark Shard's probably both going to turn and fire at the Knights of the Black Rose that are coming in, because this is their only opportunity to get some good shots on those guys. And it's like, listen, if you want to charge us, that's fine, but Malekith's behind you and we're both shooting at you, your expensive Knights are going to take some serious damage here. And then a Breath Attack from Malekith? Breath Attack onto the War Wagons who are a little clumped up, plus a Soul Stealer! That was crazy. I've never seen a Breath Attack used on War Wagons, but it looked like it did okay. It eliminated that one that came back from routing earlier, and then the Soul Stealer's just going to poke them a little bit further. Knights of Black Rose aren't feeling too good. Malekith gets another rear charge onto Boris, but unfortunately has the little dragon landing issue. Is these Dark Shards? Ooh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know the Dark Shards are in range. Say goodbye to your War Wagons. Damage. They're starting to run away now. One more volley and that War Wagon is dead. Knights of the Black Rose not quite able to get over there and stop them just yet as Malekith continues to body Boris in the distance. But the Dark Shards don't get another volley. Never mind, don't say goodbye to your War Wagons. They're just super low. But he realizes the writing's on the wall. He can't beat Malekith and all these infantry with War Wagons who are almost out of ammo. Everything else was depleted. He surrenders. Green one goes up one game. Malekith, 3,500 value. And I think he got some buffs, didn't he? In the last patch? Looks like they're coming into fruition. A lot of Malekith today, and he's doing very well. For Sexy Boy, Aboris did okay. So Shadowcaster did fine. War Wagons actually did pretty well. Knights of the Black Rose were good blockers. Same with the Knights of the Blazing Sun. But there wasn't enough oomph in that Empire build. It was pretty close overall. TBH. Will we see the Green one or Sexy Boy in the finals? Well, not finals, but top 8. Let's find out. Game 2. Can he stay alive, or will the Green one 2-0? Bets it all on Khorne, though the Green one also playing Chaos Dwarves. I'll update the score in a second. I'm just stretching. Oh, it's a good stretch. Oh, you can feel it in your bones. Oh, that is a stretch. Oh. Cool. Screen 1 takes game 1 on to game 2. Chaos Dwarves, seen a lot of them today. Mixed results. They had 1 win, 1 loss, didn't they? Or they played more than that. I don't remember. We get some Bull Centaur render gaming. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with bows, 4 of them for the Chaos Dwarves of the Green one. Then he has Goblin Laborers, and that's about it. He has the Demon's Tongue, Iron Demon ROR, 2 Bull Centaur Renders, Grey Weapons, the Hashed Stark Ravagers ROR Bull Centaur Renders, and then the Bureau Profeta of Metal. Sorcerer Prophet of Metal. With only Final Transmutation, then his Vial of Hashit, but the Vial of Hashit isn't a spell, it's just a debuff. On the other side for Khorne, we have Chaos Furies, 4 of them, a bunch of Marauders with dual weapons, the Hellforged Host with another Exalted Bloodletter on the other flank, and then we do have some Minotaurs and Valkia the Bloody. Alright, we'll see how this goes, and so far, badly for the poor Hellforged Host, taking a side shot from the Demon's Tongue while also getting kited out by these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. And contrary to popular belief, Khorne doesn't actually have fire resistance. These Hellforged Hosts have physical resistance, they have spell resistance, but they don't have fire resistance. So the Chaos Dwarves aren't just like instantly up a creek in this matchup. Flammable is applied to these guys. They're also burnt, so their leadership is lower as the single entities commit to the fight with Valkia, though she does have her Demon Shield pop to keep her nice and safe. She's back out here swinging. And she'll do okay for now, but the Hashed Stark Ravagers charge in. It looks like the Hellforged Host is about to demonic instability crumble. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Khorne is about to get a lot of kills off of these Goblin Laborers very quickly, but you can see most of the Khorne force is nowhere near the true fight happening. And this happens a lot at high levels of play. It happens to me all the time. I'm very bad at executing it. But you just take an engagement all in like one flank, so then the enemy's entire other flank is out of position, takes forever to join the fight, and by then you've already won. Berserk is really good at doing it to me, and most of the ODM guys are really good at doing it to me, and I hate it, but I'm so bad at dealing with it, and I'm so bad at doing it myself. Anyway, Hobgoblin Wolf Raider's still trying to kite away from these Chaos Furies of Khorne that are in. One of the Bull Centaur Renders is taking a lot of damage. The other 2 Bull Centaurs are totally fine. The Demon's Tongue is totally fine, and the Caster is completely fine. Meanwhile, for Khorne, we lost the Minotaur already, we've lost a couple Furies, we lost the Hellforged Host, and Valkia is half HP. Early game going very well for the Chaos Dwarves, and the balance of power indicates that as well. Hi, Muka. This is why we have the camera on, and sometimes the Muka hops in. Hey, buddy. Come up here. There's the boy. Hello, boy. Valkia is still getting chased down by the Sorcerer Prophet and Hashed Stark Ravagers. They only finally back off now. But the other Bull Centaurs did get a good fight with the Minos on this side. Chasing these guys off, swinging their axes at their backsides as they try and retreat. And in come the Marauders of Khorne, but the Demon's Tongue is here as well. It's going to mulch through some of them. Go, go, Demon's Tongue, go. No, don't charge that way. Oh, I wanted you to charge through all those Marauders. Look all cool and stuff. KBH, technically true. In comes a Final Transmutation. I don't know if Valkia has Demon Shield up to mitigate it. There it is. She does. Still do some damage to the Minotaurs, but overall, really good Demon Shield there. That should protect her for the rest of the duration. The Hashed Stark Ravagers trying to keep her on the ground and in the fight where the Giant Bull can get to her, because they're just trying to snipe her out for the end game. The Marauders' leadership would tank even lower than it already is. And yeah, Sexy Boy throws in the towel. Is the cat afraid of mice? No, but he doesn't hunt them down either, because he's silly. How did this pick happen? No idea. ODM, the green one, will be our 8th and final spot. So that's that. And he, unfortunately, cannot play July 20th, which is the big CA stream. So he's surrendered his top 8 spot to his clanmate and another really good player, Segos. But I was looking for good replays of Segos, and Segos either fought somebody not quite up to his level, so there weren't good games, or he got 2 buy rounds in a row because he was fighting someone who also was busy July 20th, so when they realized they couldn't play in the finals, they dropped out. And then he got to the next round, and then his opponent got a buy round and dropped out. So it was like, oh, well, okay. I don't have anything to show you about Segos. He's a really good player. Plays most factions, honestly. Plays a lot of the meta stuff. Is just really good at winning. But I didn't have a best of 3 of him on hand, so I thought I'd show the green one, who did earn the spot, but wasn't around to actually claim it. Segos. So there's your top 8. Top 8. Alfredino and Berserk. I think those are 2 tournament favorites going head-to-head on Saturday. Yes, they will be going head-to-head on Saturday. Tequila Sunset and I will cast that together. We will also cast Tim the Wilder and the Gentle Rat on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we will cast Tactical Lich and I will cast Sir Groot and Segos. And then Sipa and Stingers. Those will all be best of 5 there. Whoever wins those will obviously go to top 4. Top 4 will be cast on a big old stream with BattleZ on July 20th. Saturday, July 20th on the official Total War channel. So the top 8, Alfredino versus Berserk, Tim the Wilder versus Gentle Rat will be on my channel. Same with Sir Groot and Segos and Sipa and Stingers. Then top 4 will be over there. You see that little bottom bracket at the bottom? 3rd and 4th place do matter for what prize you're going to get. Those will be hosted by Guillama. On the CA stream, we will just do semifinal, and then final. But Guillama will be figuring out who is 3rd and 4th for us. Sound good, everybody? So be there. The streams are already posted, so you can just go to my channel and see when the timing is for the streams for Alfred, Berserk, Tim the Wilder, Gentle Rat, Sir Groot, Segos, Sipa, and Stingers. After seeing the games today, I do have to say this is my power ranking, and it is honest. It's not going to show a lot of favoritism to just like be nice to people's feelings. This is just honestly, if I had to bet money on who would win, this is the order. I'm going to go with Alfredino 1, Berserk 2. Segos 3? It's Segos or Sipa 3. I'll go Segos 3, Sipa 4, Tim the Wilder 5. Because Tim's good, but I've seen too many mistakes today. So I don't know. Maybe I just cast a series of Tim where he wasn't feeling his Timmy Tim self, but there were some sus moments. And again, we're talking about top 8 out of 127 people who played. So I'm not trying to dog on anybody. The worst I could say is you're better than 119 people. Like, that's pretty good. So I put Tim 5th up here. I put Sir Groot next at 6th. Gentle Rat 7th. That was an impressive series versus Blood Penguin, but I still I just don't have enough tape on Gentle Rat to be like, he's gonna beat Alfredino for sure. So I'm kind of like, I haven't seen you battle tested yet, so I'm going to put you 7th. And then Stingers, love you, buddy. I think you have an extremely uphill fight. I do think Stingers is 8th. I think there is a bit of a drop. And again, I'm just trying to provide honest analysis. I'm not trying to spare anybody's feelings. I think after Sir Groot, there is a bit of a gap. We'll see if Gentle Rat and Stingers can prove me wrong, but I feel like it's like Alfredino, Berserk, gap, Sipa, Segos, Tim the Wilder, Sir Groot, all kind of in there. Smaller gap, Gentle Rat and Stingers. But I do think the bigger gap is between Alfred and Berserk and the rest of them. Yeah. Anybody could win. And when I say these big gaps, it's like, you know, Alfredino Berserk, 50-50. Either of them could win it. Legitimately, either of them could win it. Segos and Tim the Wilder, 50-50. Either of them could win it, right? But when I'm talking about Alfredino versus Tim the Wilder, I'd be like 55-45. So when I'm saying a gap, it's like when you get to this high of level in the tournament, there's not a big gap left because everybody they would have gapped got separated out. Like, and again, the Gentle Rat and Stingers, I'm saying they're at the bottom of my tier list here. If the Gentle Rat fought Berserk, I'd say like 60-40. Right? Stingers 60-40 with Berserk. So like we are in that stage where a favorite is marginal. It's not as much like if Stingers fights Berserk, there is no hope for victory. It's like, no, he could. I wouldn't bet on it, but he could. And my final caveat before any of them get mad at me, I'm not on that list, am I? I'm not in top 8. I'm not telling you you're worse than me. You're better than me. You got further than I did. You did great. It's just from the games I've watched, I got to form an opinion. That's my opinion. Would I put myself in that top 8? No. Stingers beat me earlier in this tournament. He beat me, and he's what I ranked 8th out of these top 8. Like, if I was up here, I'd be 9th. Like, they're better. They're all better. I'm not pretending they're not. Tim 2-0'd me. Like, 2-0'd me. One game was close, the other game wasn't. Alright, I'm gonna check in on chat before I log off for the night. What drama? I'm just catching up with chat. The stream's over. We got our top 8. Gonna unsubscribe. I'm already mad. No! You just got it like that. Yeah. Change rings should be bad for top 8 because they're not OP chariots. Romulan dog. Coming in spitting facts. Spitting mad facts. My personal prediction for finals, if you were paying attention there, is that Segos or Sipa. Again, like, if I'm forced to pick one, it's probably Segos, but, like, I think it's a coin toss whether him or Sipa wins. I think if I had to put money on it, though, Segos is going to go through the bottom bracket to finals. Alfredino will go through the top bracket to finals. Or Berserk, but again, if I have to put money on it, I'll go with Alfred. Yeah, I think it's that. If it's Sipa versus Berserk in the finals, I wouldn't be shocked. I don't think that would be that surprising. Again, Segos and Sipa, it's like a coin flip difference. Alfred and Berserk, it's like a coin flip difference. That one, it's like, I gotta pick somebody. Because nobody likes a tier list where you're like, everybody's tied. Everybody's equally good. It's like, you gotta pick somebody, gun to your head. You did great on the not swearing part. I did pretty good. I have 2 more streams before the big CA. Actually, I have 3. The new player stream. Though that one's late at night, and I'll probably have a beer or 2, so I'm not gonna promise I won't swear on that one. But these bigger ones, I'm trying not to. Coin flip my ass. Dude, Patrick, get out there. Get it. I love the energy. Love the passion. Thanks for streaming, boy. No problem, Parkerilla. What's also nice is I'm trying to build a bit of a buffer so that people in VOD land don't know that Green One versus Sexy Boy was a 2-0. Because if the video keeps going for a while, then they're like, because if the video's just about to end as your game's ending, you're like, oh, it's a 2-0, cool. But now when there's this long tail where I'm just rambling, someone's like, oh, there's a bunch of video left. It might be a 3-game series. I was not being sarcastic. I do not have that self-control. I'm trying, man. That's one of my biggest concerns about this CA stream. Is like, Alfred and Berserk are already mad at each other. Allegedly, Berserk told Alfred he couldn't practice this week because he was busy, and then he immediately went and asked somebody else in ODM if he could practice with them, which is classic. Nah, dude, I can't do our picks and bans ahead of time. I'm busy all week. Oh fuck, I gotta practice. Get him. I want Gotrek to win a fellow dwarf. Jay, I imagine you're back in the stream where I was casting Gotrek. You're not gonna like how the rest of that cast goes because I get pretty anti Gotrek pretty fast because he had some bad content. Unbreakable damage resist blob just slowly bleeding out for 20 minutes. And then a rule break as he slowly bleeds out for another 15-minute game. And it's like, Jesus Christ. No. I don't know. It's all crazy. I felt like I had something I was going to say, and now it's gone. Oh, yeah, if you care at all, picks and bans will be done ahead of time for the live stream, so there won't be a lot of delay. Players should do their picks and bans. They should do a lag check, and then they need to build their armies before we show up, because if you already know the build, and you know the map, if you know the matchup and you know the map, it's not like, well, I have to be in the lobby if I'm going to build my build. It's like, just hop into Skirmish versus AI anytime during the week and build your build. Do that. Well, no, if my opponent isn't directly on the other side, then I can't remember what units I'm supposed to bring. It's like, you will be done in 5 minutes. You will. I'm giving you 5 minutes in the lobby between games. That is it. If you go over it, we're going to have a fucking problem. And yes, I know I'm swearing now, but now I'm just kind of in the post thing. It's like, I was trying to practice for casting games and not letting them slip in there. But yeah, I did tell the players, I was like, you have 5 minutes in the lobby. I'm giving you every tool possible so you're ready ahead of time. If we get trapped in an endless cycle on CA stream of like, oh, we're just like stuck in a lobby. Because I'm not going to name names, but I've legitimately played some best of 3 series where we spent 25 minutes in the lobby doing picks and bans and doing builds. And I was not the one holding that up. And I'm like, I need everyone to understand that if this happens during the stream, on the stream, I'm going to be like, ha ha ha, that's so wacky, that's so crazy. And after the stream, I'm going to come for you with a couple all caps DMs of like, give me one fucking reason I shouldn't ban you and everyone you've ever known from my server. Give me one good reason you fucked me on the CA stream. Alright. Sounds like CA is assuming? Nah, dude. That was my precaution. I set that up. I was like, no, you're doing the picks and bans ahead of time. We're only doing 5 minutes between, so have your builds ready. You know the picks and bans. Because we did all the picks and bans as if it goes 5 games. Like, the players now know. The top 8 have already been informed who their opponents are. The top 8 know who their opponents are, and they've already done picks and bans, most of them, for all 5 games of their best of 5. So it's like, they're training right now. Like, just picking one, I actually don't know if this is true, but like Sippa and Stingers already know game 1 is High Elves versus Dark Elves, so Stingers is training versus his clanmates versus Dark Elves. Like, they're gonna know the matchups, they're gonna know the builds ahead of time. F-bomb again. Yeah. We passed the no swearing part. I'm in the abundant swearing part. You get the feeling Mr. Rat's a bit nervous. Oh, Mr. Rat's a bit nervous. Oh, he's been nervous. I'm very nervous, actually. It's super true. This has been a 1.5 years, dude. 1.5 years project. I'm trying to get this going. Hi, buddy. Hi. Who's this big girl? 1.5 years. Getting it all together. At one point, So you want a truth? Here's a truth. I'll hit you with a truth bomb. This was supposed to be, Olaf, thank you for the 5 more euros. Thank you. When this idea was conceived, it was my Hail Mary to keep my channel alive. Real talk. This was back in the days when Warhammer 3 came out, and it sucked on launch. And then everybody went to Domination, and most land battle fights were just blobs, because early Game 3, before Mortal Empires, early Game 3, it's like Khorne had no range, because they didn't even have Marauder Horsemen, that was the DLC. Slaanesh didn't have any range, same thing. Nurgle had barely any range. They had just Plague Bearers with the grenades. So, like, no one could deal with blobs. Every fight was just blob, and it sucked. Viewership was terrible. Everything was terrible. And then Immortal Empires came out, and I'm like, this is our big shot, but something was wrong on Immortal Empires. It's so long ago I forget, but just something about Immortal Empires also sucked. And it's like, oh, God, man, CA is really falling down the stairs with executing this game that I cast and I stream. So I was getting really low viewership. I had no growth on my channel whatsoever for like a year. And it was just awful. And I'm like, well, Grace and I are hoping to have a kid at some point. I got to switch jobs because the job I was at the time allowed me to stream because I had flexible schedule. Now I don't have one. So it's like, well, I'm switching jobs soon where I want a flexible schedule. Grace and I want to have a kid, and I won't be able to stream as much unless it's my full-time job. So we'll do one Hail Mary, big event with CA. If it gets growth going, I'll stick with YouTube. If it doesn't get growth going, we will quit YouTube and just focus on life. And then it was really hard to get the event going. And, like, from CA's point of view, I'm not trying to just shit on them, but, like, I'm just a guy. Like, at the time I had, 7,500 subs or something? And I was like, you want to do a cool event? And they were like, no. Who are you? But I kept annoying them, and then the game got a lot better, and we had some stuff go our way. I forget what happened, but we had a couple videos that popped off, and then all of a sudden, we were just doing really well. So since then, we haven't thought about shutting down the channel as much. But I have been working on it since then. So since before Mortal Empires, we've been working on trying to get this stream together. And then it finally came together last year a bit. But then CA had those layoffs. So the guy I was working with to get this up and running got laid off. So the project got mothballed again. And it was like, fuck, is this ever going to happen? And then they got their new guy in charge. And then around Shadows of Change, I started talking to him. And around the start of the new year, he got on board. And he was like, yeah, no, that could be fun. And you seem all right. So then we've been working on it more intensely since January about, scheduling stuff. So, what patch this is going to be on, what's the timeline. Because I've been working with CA on the timeline, right? So, it is no coincidence that Stage 2 just finished, and we're entering Stage 3, and Hotfix 5.1 came out, right? They wanted to have enough time to get a hotfix out in case something was broken before they put it on their channel. So that's what we've been waiting for. So July 20th is the date. And it's all coming together. But I'm worried that, all this is going to come together, and one of two bad things is going to happen. One, I bomb on the stream. I just do bad. Could happen. Just could. In the realm of possibility of things, it could happen. That would suck. Or, what if I don't bomb on stream, and nothing changes? So, the bomb on stream is, either I do poorly, or, there's some really awful games. There's a ton that are one-sided, or super long kite fests, or rule breaks and all that stuff. They're rare, but they can happen. And it's oh, the stream's just ruined by the players. Or, I just do a bad job casting, or I swear too much, or I don't have anything interesting to say. Those are all real things. But what if I crush it? What if the games are good, and we get, no subscribers over here? People are like, that was cool. Anyway, fuck all this, and just, leave. They never check out our channel afterwards, and we got no growth from it. This last year was just for nothing. Oh, that would be so sad. Oh, that would be terrible. Alright, sorry, I'm taking you back to the brackets. This is what I'm saying. Jay with the 2 pounds under the gyro limit. Never! Maybe. Never! Maybe. That would be hilarious. Yeah. So that's a big thing. It's because like it'll be very fun to do a big stream, and hopefully people like it, and hopefully people liked the Warpstone Cup. But like from a business standpoint, because my YouTube is a business in a way that provides me with an income. I have a different job, but if I could get this to be my main job, I definitely would. From a business standpoint, I have put a lot of time, investment, and political capital into this. Where like I called in a lot of favors and stuff to get this going, and it's like, okay, well, if in the end you get no subscribers in it, your viewership doesn't go up afterwards, nothing like that. It's like, as a business prospect, this was a waste of time. It'll still be fun when it happens, but I am paranoid that we're gonna get to the other side and I get like 10 more subscribers. It's just fuck. What was the point? What would you say is the best outcome? Oh, the day goes great. There's some mild drama because, of course, there will be in some aspect, but people enjoy it. People have a fun time. People remember land battles exist and not just domination. Because, like, I don't wish CA didn't do domination events. I wish they would just do events, like, period. But they trust Turin, so they want to go to Turin. And Turin's like, well, if it's my choice, I'll do domination. So they always do domination. But I'd like to get some land battle and even some conquest tournaments going. Just, like, get the multiplayer scene going for no matter the game mode. But right now, there's a lot of people out there who think domination is the only game mode and Turin is the only caster. And it's like, we got Tactical Lich, we got Tequila Sunset, we got myself, Battlesy's trying to get into this space. Guillaume's been hosting some tournaments. There's people that don't stream but also host tournaments, like, on the Dom and the land battle on the conquest side. But, like, so many people, because they only see domination on CA's channel, they're like, oh, it's the only game mode, everyone sucks. And it's like, well, if you don't like domination, but you maybe like conquest or you maybe like land battles, you might think that there's no community for those, and it just sucks. So, yeah, it'd be great if the stream went well, people realize the other game modes have some communities. Me and everybody who's helped me with this super big tournament gets more YouTube followings, including me, and yeah, things go well. Because there's viewers out there, man. Turin's channel, like, again, just talking about a business, Turin's channel still gets 20,000 views per video. So it's not like the Warhammer community is dead and nobody wants to watch multiplayer. It's like, my videos get on average 2,000. So there is 10 times the viewership I have somewhere that could realize I exist. And that's the goal. To steal Turin's viewers and then kick them out of YouTube land and then get all the monies and then buy a Ferrari. That's my 10-step plan to global domination. Did you say something negative about Turin again? I was joking! No! Don't do it! It's funny because I'm not as annoyed. Like, I'm not annoyed at Turin, but I am annoyed at there are certain Turin fans that if you say anything, even if it's a joke or even if you're serious, if you have any legitimate criticism of Turin, like, they just come after you. Or if they don't understand you're joking, they just come after you. And it's not the guy himself, but like there are some Turin fans that are like, hey, fuck you, you said this thing and all this. And it's like, okay. But, you know, people comment on my videos, you shouldn't scream so much, or wow, you suck at this, or like, that battle wasn't very interesting. And I don't just hit reply like, hey, fuck you, man. So maybe just chill and take some criticism. Like, when someone tells me, oh, I should scream less. Okay, that person doesn't want me to scream as much. I'll take it as part of a balanced review of how I make content. Some people like the screaming, some people don't. But if more people don't, I will try and reduce the screaming. Okay, that's gentle feedback. And if you're ever like, oh, hey, I think Turin shouldn't make as many jokes from the 1980s. Maybe you could sprinkle in some from the 1990s, because I wasn't alive in the 80s, so I don't get the jokes. That's my feedback. Someone will pop up in the comments like, hey, fuck you, man! Alright? Turin's the greatest! Turin's an angel! And I'm like, I offered mild. Mild, sincere, polite criticism, and you lost your fucking mind at me. So, it's so funny. Whenever you talk about Turin, I'm like, ah, fuck, there's 5 more DMs about some dumb shit. Oh, people are too serious. At least there's no Game 4 crush momentum. Game 3 crushed many of the strides of Warhammer 2 community mode. Yeah, it's taking forever to recover. It is recovering though, Raw Million Dog. The game's been really fun recently. A lot of factions are pretty balanced. Oh, there's still some broken stuff. There's always broken stuff, but the game's in a better state than it's been for a long time. What do you say it's the best way to support your work, the channel? Patreon. So I have two different support streams. There's Patreon, which I get more money from percentage-wise, and then there's YouTube membership. I offer different benefits for both, but like super seriously, the YouTube benefits are better for you as a fan because I can't link Patreon directly to my YouTube. I can't give you early access to my videos like I can on YouTube. So if you have a YouTube membership of tier 2 or higher, you get any of my videos as soon as I record them. I just plop them on the channel and you can see them. Everybody else gets one a day. My Patreon, your name goes on the thing I have at the end of all my videos, the little rawr thing. Your name will be up there, so I give you some credit. And then I do ask my patrons. I try to keep up with them. I'm really bad at it, but I try and keep up with them. I ask them whenever I'm doing a fun event. I ask them what fun event they want to see, like Gladiator, or when I'm just playing some battles or things like that. So I ask them what kind of fun content we want to do. And then I also ask them before every patch comes out or every DLC, I ask them what they specifically want me to cover in the DLC, and then I try to abide by that. So the last couple DLCs, they said they wanted in-depth analysis and unit tier lists. So when the Thrones of Decay came out, I did a unit tier list because the patrons asked me to. And then when patch 5.1 came out, which was a big multiplayer patch, I did a lot more analytical content. Like the tier list I got out pretty quickly. I got covering what was all new in the patch and how it's actually going to affect multiplayer. I got that out pretty quickly. Got out some bug videos pretty quickly. And I put replays on the back burner. Like, you're just starting to see replays coming out now from my channel, and that's because the patrons wanted that. So I try to get the patrons more in on what content the channel makes, but the YouTube channel subscribers get early access to that content. That's just how the split goes. But if you're asking me, I'd prefer you be on Patreon because I get a larger cut of that. Honestly, though, fuck people born in 1994. Hey, I was born in 1994. How long have you other multiplayer creators blank for the 5.1 patch? Quite a while, and I'm happy the 5.1 patch happened. Conquest mode is super fun and very cool, and I can be both. I can be excited Conquest is in the game, and I can also still like land battles. So I hate that I have to sound so negative all the time on Conquest mode, but it's because the only time I talk about it is when people show up and they're like, land battles sucks and Conquest is better. And it's like, dude, like, fuck. Like, I still like land battles for reasons 1, 2, and 3. And Conquest has its own flaws, reasons 1 and 2. And then it's like, well, you just said negative things about one mode and positive things about another mode, so you hate Conquest. It's like, fuck! You caught me again! I like both for different reasons. It's fine. I don't like domination, but it's fine other people like that one too. I just don't. It's okay. You can like things in this world. You can like things in this world without being attacked for it. It's fine. Conquest mode was made by some very passionate people, and I am more than happy for them that CA listened to them and put it in the game. That is fantastic, and I wish them all the luck in the world. I'll still cover land battles because I just like them, but I've been sprinkling in some Conquest replays in there too, and people still think I hate Conquest. Everybody sucks besides me. All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. Quite a while. I don't know. I've been talking to CA about balance stuff for like the last year, but the last like 6 months they've been taking me a lot more seriously. Sorry. I said I was going to be done, but then he's asking me a real question. Yeah, so CA around 6 or 7 months ago, right around the start of the new year, after their really disappointing layoffs and stuff, they started reaching out more to content creators, campaign content creators and multiplayer, both of them, right? But they reached out to more content creators and they said like, hey, like, what's your feedback on the game and stuff? And then they've been trying to balance that. So in the content creator Discord, there's a section entirely for feedback where I see all sorts of stuff getting posted. And then I know there are some people who have had contact with the designers, and there's some people who are doing these forum posts, like Umais and Catholic Alcoholic are working on forum posts that constantly update things that they want changed in the balance. And CA is giving it an honest effort to balance everybody's concerns. Where if Turin says Huntsmen need 50 more gold on their sheet, if Catholic Alcoholic and Umayya's sheet says they need 25 more gold, if I say they minus 100 gold, and some campaign people are like they need plus 25, CA will be like, okay, well, plus 25 seems to be the safer of that. Like, it's still more, which is what Turin wants. It's what these other ones want, and then Human Boy, like, you're just in the minority. This seems to help most people. So, yeah, they have gotten much more serious about listening to the multiplayer community, but while still obviously listening to the campaign community, because the campaign community is way larger, like way larger. And I don't pretend that's not true. And if you want a little inside baseball, that's why I try, when I talk to CA, I've recently been getting a lot of wins back to back. And I feel like my strategy is working, where when I pitch something to CA, I also pitch how it doesn't affect campaign at all. Where, like, one thing that other people did a lot for this. I'm not saying it's just me, but I'm only going to talk about my angle of attack. To get Kairos, to get regrowth removed, I was pushing for that super hard. And the arguments I was making is, this doesn't affect campaign at all. His multiplayer spell kit is just locked multiplayer. Just switch out which of the spells he has in there. You can take out regrowth, but Tzeentch doesn't need healing. They already have barriers, which can be super abusive. They don't need this healing on their best lord who's super tanky and all these things. But, like, I kept coming back to, and it literally doesn't affect campaign. Like, it's just moving it in his multiplayer set. Or when you're talking about cost, I really advocate for, people in campaign have infinite money anyway. When you win a battle, you get like 14,000 gold in late game. It doesn't matter if you give Skaven Slaves 25 gold here or Empire Swordsman 25 gold there. It doesn't matter. Campaign players not even going to notice. If you didn't tell them, they wouldn't even know it happened. But in multiplayer, where cost effectiveness is the number one stat, how much damage you can do to the opponent army for the least amount of money is the only stat that matters. Those little cost increases are all the balance you need. You don't really need to play around with what models do what, or what attack damage does what, or nerfs that campaign people be like, well, now my fun unit that I really like sucks. But it's like, just play with the cost. Campaign doesn't care about cost. If you want something to be really broken in campaign, make it stupid expensive in multiplayer. Like, that's all you have to do. And they've been more receptive to that kind of argument than arguments like, I'm making this up, but like, Skinwolves shouldn't have regeneration. And it's like, well, then this unit sucks and campaign players are never going to take Skinwolves, and then they get mad at us. And it's like, okay, well, that's not an effective means of attack for getting things changed in this game. I understand that now, so all my arguments have to be couched in, and this is why it won't hurt campaign. Hadries? Yeah. Conquest got put in pretty fast. CA is on the tour where they're trying to win everybody back. And there's a reason they have to win everybody back. I'm not forgiving them for all the fuck-ups, but I am saying their Win Us Back campaign has been pretty effective. They've done a lot of really good stuff, and they are really trying. So it's like, I can give you credit for what you're doing right now is great, but I can also still be mad at you for how bad you fucked this game up for so long. But like, yeah, CA has turned a corner. They're really trying to do better. Yeah. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for hanging around. It was a fun stream. It's been a while, and I know this end part I was talking a lot, but as sad as it sounds, I'm just like, I just kind of want to talk to you guys for a while, talk to my chat, see how you're doing, because life has just been problem management, putting out fires, and then going to work and talking to Grace, and it's like, I've only talked to Grace for like a week and a half. I haven't talked to anybody else. Just been in my house talking to Grace. Goodbye.